Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey guys, thanks for being so patient. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have an awesome show for you guys. I'm super excited. But I wanted to first come on here and thank all of the mods for being here, especially Digger. We have missed you, Digger. We have missed you tremendously. So I know we're late. So without further ado, I was going to give you guys a David Hasselhoff update. I'll do that tomorrow because I don't want to keep you waiting anymore. So let me bring on my lovely guests, which I'm so happy and excited to have. Hello, Dra, and hello, Scott H.
Hello.
Let me turn that camera back on. And hey, guys. Oh, Digger is still sick. So how are you guys doing tonight? Thank you for joining.
Doing good. How are you?
Yeah, and thank you for inviting. It's an honor.
I love it. I saw you on another panel a few days, or I don't know, maybe last week, and you were cracking me up. So you're a lot of fun to watch, and I love hearing your insights. So I'm really grateful that you joined tonight.
Oh, that's so kind. Thank you.
And of course, Scott H. You know, we've got Pillow Talk with Scott H. here tonight. He's our Pillow Talk daddy. Thanks for joining, Scott.
I'll try not to put y'all to sleep tonight.
Oh, no.
Oh gosh, are we gonna go there? No, it's a good voice. It's a good calming. It's not boring. It's just relaxed. Yeah, soothing. Soothing is a good word. Yeah, it's a good word. I listen to those podcasts sometimes that like put you to sleep where they talk really soothing like that. And that's kind of what it reminds me of, but you'd have to talk a little slower, but
yeah.
At any rate, I'm glad to have you guys. We're going to be talking about a few things that have been going on the YouTubes with the Summer Wells case. Mm-hmm. And I think since it's fresh in our minds, let's talk about the call the other night with Hunter's or H's dad, Andrew. Did you guys get to watch that whole thing or listen?
Very much. I listened to it attentively.
Yeah.
I was watching your show when you actually brought him in, and I rewatched it again today. So yeah.
Yes, I wanted to just kind of give a little backstory. Like we were live, and then he just randomly came in chat, and we weren't sure if it was him, and we were like and then we finally connected and got him on, and it was him, which was pretty shocking. So what I'd like to get, I mean, we have not really discussed the call itself and, you know, the information and, you know, just everything that was said and how it was said. I would love for you guys to sound off on your things, you know, key things you picked up from that, as well as the Jose stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Because Jose has been this like mystery out there. And we were told that he got married post October of 2020 after the altercation at the Wells. Mm-hmm. He since left there. And Andrew said he wasn't sure who took him to North Carolina, though. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I did catch that. There's so much to I hate the expression, but unpack about that telephone call. It's deep, man. But I don't know if Mr. Scott wants to give his opinion first.
Yeah, Scott, why don't you sound off on that?
Well, I honestly, I caught of course, you have to realize we're dealing with a whole cast of characters here. Mm-hmm. And this just may be, you know, one of the most recent players, but looking back at all the previous interviews from Allie and from Hunter and there were some inconsistencies, I think, from what he said the other night on your interview. compared with the other ones, with what's been said.
Well, can I ask you both this just really quick? Do you think Jose matters or no?
I do.
As far as Summer goes.
I think he should be considered a person of interest. And I believe that were he not a person of interest or worried about being a person of interest, he likely would have joined the cast of characters on the YouTubes. And he's sort of disappeared. And that is interesting to me.
Good point. Good point. I mean, I found it odd that, the thing that struck me was like, okay, he's not, it's like the extreme thing from him being gone. It's not that he's just, he moved to California.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he got married and he is in the Philippines.
Right. So I could speak to that if anybody wants to hear that.
Yeah, right. But let me piggyback real quick. Right. Not only is he in the Philippines, right? But he's got no internet. And he only gets to a phone once a month.
Yeah, sure. Somebody in the said, "Who's your guest?" I guess did not have my name up here.
Oh, you know what? It was covered. My bad.
Okay.
There we go.
I can't see it. Oh, okay.
We're fixed. There you go. There's only so much room on this dang screen. So yeah, why don't you start with your points on the whole
Yeah, well, first of all, I just wanted to say that I go by Doctora Latina or Draw Latina, and my real name is Dr. Amy Salerno, and I do come on both professionally, really professionally, to help like people like Chris M. and Profiling Evil, either in the background or actually come on to give my professional opinion about autopsies and whatnot. And then, of course, I have a private life. Here I am. And so I come as my moniker, which is the Doctora Latina or Draw Latina. And I always just say that when I come on, any way that I come on, I'm really not, I'm not giving I haven't evaluated these people or touched them or examined them. So, and while I do a ton of psychiatry, I'm a family practitioner, cradle to the grave. I used to deliver babies and all that kind of stuff. I do currently day one of life. I think my oldest patient is 95. I do birth control, IUD, insertion, etc. But I do a whole niche of psychiatry and domestic violence, and because we see the whole family. So I have
That's where I first saw you, was on Chris M's panel.
Mm-hmm. So,
when Gabby's case, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I think it was Gabby's case. It was
with H. I think it was, my evaluation.
Oh, yes. It was the essay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right.
So I just wanted to mention who I am so people know I'm a licensed professional.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Scott H., would you like to introduce yourself and tell us why you're here?
Well, I don't really know why I'm here. No, I'm just kidding. I
Me
really
either.
do. I'm not going to reveal what my profession is. I'm currently retired and or disabled, just depending on however it's went back and forth. I've retired and went back to work, and been on disability and went back to work and then retired. But I happen to live locally to Beach Creek. As a matter of fact, I went to high school with a lot of the people that live in Beach Creek. So I know a lot of the people, a lot of the families that are in that area, in the immediate area.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm not going to say as far as any involvement, as far as who I know or who I talk with. I just don't think that's appropriate.
Sure.
But I have local insight. I'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I originally started on YouTube to hopefully provide a better perspective of what Northeast Tennessee and living in the Appalachian Mountains is.
Mm-hmm.
I saw so many people that were interested in this case, and it was apparent that they just didn't have an idea of what life was like here. And I thought if I could give people a better understanding, maybe they could, relate or understand the case more.
Sure.
And the people involved, because there's so many dynamics. We've got, and this is where Dr. Latina comes in, with the psychiatric stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many dynamics involved, which I do have some background in the alcoholism and the drug addiction aspect of it. But we've got, lots of domestic violence issues.
Mm-hmm.
We've got lots of poverty issues. We've got lots of poor education, drug addiction, alcoholism, a host of mental disorders that could be involved.
And I think also the region is really economically very depressed as well.
Right.
And I think that plays into it.
We've also got, we are one of the main hubs for drug trafficking and for human trafficking, particularly children in this area as well, because of the interstate system that's here in the very corner of Tennessee. I can be, of course, Knoxville is in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
I can be there in an hour and a half, but I can be to Kentucky in less time than that, Virginia even less time than that, and North Carolina, Western North Carolina, in just a matter of a few minutes, just due to the interstate system around here.
Right.
So that's why it's such a hub for those things, is because there's so many areas that you can come into and leave out of this area. It's easy to transport inventory,
including children are very vulnerable. Yeah.
Right.
So before you proceed, your chat is moving so quickly, but
do I need to slow it
no,
down?
I'm a very slow reader, and after I came on the first time a year or so ago on another channel, I had my eyeglasses, and I was told that they glare, they're distracting. So
you can put your glasses on if you need them to read. Put them on, girl.
What's going
Shoot.
on? A lot of times I come really close like that so I can see. So
you can put your glasses on, girl. There ain't no fashion show going on here.
I mean, I think they were distracted because it was, reflecting into your.
Oh, Lordy. I'd rather you be able to see. If you got to put them on, you got to put them on. Don't worry about it. Just so you know.
So, a Mystic Firefly, I think that's the person's name. She has said here in the chat that she felt I was disrespected on a different panel, and she felt terrible for me the other night. And I want to just say two things just from my perspective as a guest. I don't have a channel, and believe me, if I said no to every invitation because I disagreed with somebody's way they spoke, the profanity, their humor, their put downs of other people, whatever, I would never be able to even give my opinion anywhere. And so I do want to say that I do consider each panel as panel channel, like Jay here, it's her home. So I'm just a guest. And I do agree it was difficult the other night when I was trying to get through and the person kept cutting me off and joking and going in a million directions. It is extremely difficult to manage when I can't get a word in edgewise. But at the same time, I try to be lighthearted about it because I always feel that each of us has an opportunity to highlight and shine light on victims of crime, even if that means that I have to be, poked fun a bit at and make silly and that kind of thing. So I'm okay, and I hope that you're okay now, Miss Firefly.
You're a good sport. That's how I like to put it. You're a good sport. You go with the flow.
Yeah. The only other thing I wanted to also say, though, somebody asked me what is my ethnicity. So I'm on my dad's side Italian, and on my mom's side South American, Argentinian, and a little sprinkle of Anglo put in there.
Interesting.
I speak Italian, I speak Spanish, English, and I actually speak French. Mm-hmm.
You guys, what just happened? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It booted all of you, and then I had to add you back.
It got real blurry on my end for a minute.
Oh my gosh, I've been having internet issues the past
You were
couple.
being hacked, controlled.
I've been having issues the past few days. Do you think they're reporting me?
Could be.
Are we still
or recording?
I don't know if we're even still live. I don't know what the heck just happened.
YouTube chat.
Oh, we are.
Like it's still live. Yeah.
We are. We're back. You guys should see everyone now. You should see Scott H, Draw Latina, and me. Yes. Okay, they see us. If it cuts out, you guys, it's just because my Spectrum has been acting up lately. Yeah, we did switch places. We played musical chairs for a second. Okay, so we've got all the questions out of the way. Let's get to the discussion.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I wanted you to get that out, and then we don't have to worry about those. Good. I wanted you to get that out, and then Scott H needs to mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was my fault.
You're okay. So
I got a notification you were live.
Hey, at least they went out. That's weird. It just went out again. Okay. I hope we're on the same stream. Anyways, let's talk about that because I loved the points that you made when we were talking, about the Philippine itself, that whole aspect. And I'd like you to kind of talk about that. And then Scott H and I can just bounce off of you.
Okay, so you're talking about when Andrew, we're going to be calling him Andrew.
Hunter's dad, yeah.
Hunter's dad, who's in upstate New York, definitely went to bat, certainly, for Hunter, which is really good. And I'm glad that he is trying to protect him. So that's one thing. That's excellent. He also went to the mat for Jose Roman and said a bunch of things which I found to be inconsistent with what has been said by Allie and Candace et al., and also not credible based on my life's experiences, family experiences. So did you want me to kind of go through a couple of the things that made me say this isn't right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
From the beginning, I'm going to say my little spiel. My spiel is that so I've worked with the Spanish-speaking communities, mostly migrant farm workers, undocumented, new immigrants, for 30 years in the work that I do as a family practitioner. And I've worked in South Carolina, Rhode Island. I lived in North Carolina. I've been all over, and I've worked as a medical missionary in Latin America and the Caribbean. So, I sort of am familiar with the different subcultures of the Hispanic community. This is going way back, I've never, ever heard the surname Roman is anything other than Puerto Rican. And I'm just, common things are common. Of course, I'm sure there are Colombians that are Roman or whatever, but I've never heard that other than Puerto Rican. So from the beginning, I didn't think he was Mexican. I hadn't seen a picture or anything of him. I hadn't heard him speak Spanish, but just based on a surname, I jumped to my mind was Puerto Rican. Then number two, so that's that. So now let's go back to the conversation. So when Andrew said, he sort of went to the mat and said, oh, well, he really had nothing to do with it. He just came down in his caravan with like 14 total people. Now he found a woman, and the timeline of that whole thing didn't seem clear to me, but he apparently met a Filipina, and now they've gone back to the Philippines. It's all per his story. And he's become a fisherman, and he's way out in the boonies, and he's helping her father. Right there, to me, that it was not credible. Number one, I will tell you just sociologically, like my brother is married to a Filipina for the past 30, maybe 25 years. And generally Filipina women marry American men, and they're usually marrying young American men in their 20s, right? Maybe 30. And they have American children, they get their green card, they stay here, and they send money home. I mean, that is the general trend.
Typical.
I mean, I may be broad brushing the whole story, but I mean, I've met hundreds through my brothers, my sister-in-law, etc., and I mean, through my work. So the fact that Jose is, yes, now he's saying yes, Andrew agreed he is Puerto Rican, but he is 54, I think, years old, or 55. I've really never heard of, it's very unusual for a Filipina to marry a 50-something-year-old person, and I almost have never heard of even a 20-something-year-old marrying a Filipina and moving over, and moving, like, my sister-in-law lives way out, no internet, no electricity and everything, but the times that my brothers travel there, and maybe for a month or two, they've gone off grid, but it generally isn't a lifestyle that, it just doesn't smack of anything I've ever seen. As far as Jose being 55, marrying a Filipina, moving over there. Then the other thing is that the Philippine travel internationally the doors have been closed since December of 2019 because of the pandemic. So it's been almost virtually impossible for even Philippine nationals to fly from the U.S. over there. So that lends another piece of lack of credibility to Andrew.
Now, can I stop you there for a second? With that being said, I get a lot of emails, okay? And I'm sure you do. I know Scott does. I know you do, because you're active in this case and in this community. So I get a lot of emails, like, with different theories or things that people find. And I've found that I've gotten quite a few regarding, there's no way he could be there. There's no way he could have left the country.
Somebody just gave a super chat, and she said, with all due respect, she disagrees with me because I think she has a sibling that's in his 50s, married to a young Filipina. I don't know if he lives over there. I didn't quite catch that. So, I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know, but I got tons of, these, and they send screenshots of, the guidelines during COVID and whatnot. And it looks like, from what I was shown, that there was no one going in and out of the Philippines in 2020 or 2021.
Right. I mean, if you look on the embassy website and the travel alerts from the Philippine embassy, both on stateside and in Manila, maybe Jose is 44. I'm sorry. Okay, 44. Well, 44. It's unusual.
Well, regardless, he's not a young buck.
So, all due respect, I agree. People, I'm sure that the Filipinas marry 70-year-olds. Yes, of course.
Well, I just think that what really struck me about that was, like, what a change, right? He goes from living in New York, shit ain't working out, ditch the old lady, it didn't work out. So then he goes to Tennessee, and they were all going to move there. And they had a storage unit, he said, and they were all going to live there, but the shit didn't work out. But Jose decided to stay back. So he goes from there and then goes to North Carolina, and then he ends up in the Philippines, unreachable.
Alaska fishing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alaska first. And then, but I think someone sent me a screenshot that there was no fishing in Alaska over COVID or something like that. Is that, did you look that up?
Yeah, I did. Somebody just asked, like, what does this have to do with summer?
What does it have to do with summer? So Jose was at the Wells home, and this is where another piece of the puzzle comes in. And this is probably where Scott H is going to want to chime in. So Jose was there in October of 2020. We know that for sure. We don't know when he got there because the time frame, is sketchy. We don't really know when they left, when they were there. He says they weren't at the Wells house, but Jose was. So anyways, Don comes home from work. Him and Jose get into an altercation. But when that was explained in the very beginning, I feel like it was explained in a way that Don got home from Utah, walked in, and this dude's here, and he's like, "Who's this?" And then there was a fight. But we found out later that was just Don's spin on it. So what really happened was Don had already been home from Utah for 3 days. He knew damn well who was in the house. There was something else that started an altercation when he got home from work. Whether it was him being drunk and belligerent or there was another issue. Now, bring in Dudley. Dudley comes in the chat, calls in the same way that Andrew did. He says Donald Wells looked like he lost his best friend on Monday the 14th. He says that Donald Wells told him a story about Jose and drugs, and that Jose went to prison or jail after the October incident and got out 3 days before Summer got gone. And that there was drugs that Jose left at the house, and Don didn't no longer had those drugs and needed to cough up the money. So that was Dudley's story about Jose. So taking that into consideration, it's like, then I get in a whole nother rabbit hole.
And what is that?
Well, the fact that, okay, so Dudley's saying that Don and Jose had some kind of a drug transaction gone wrong, right? Gone bad.
He didn't get his money from Don.
Right. He didn't get his money from Don. And this was 3 days before Summer went missing. And now this dude is like MIA. So, I don't know.
What do you think, Scott?
Well, the other night when Andrew called in to Jay, and I re-listened to that today, I heard him dancing around Jose going to North Carolina.
Yes, he
never clarified.
Yeah, what did he say? The Grandis didn't take him back to North Carolina?
He never, from what I gathered, he never placed Jose in North Carolina. He placed Jose in Tennessee, in Alaska,
and Gloversville,
in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
Upstate New York. Yeah.
Now, I didn't have an opportunity because that was one thing I was going to do, was to find out what fishing season was going on in Alaska, what the dates were for which particular season.
He was very vague on the timeline there.
Very vague. And then he ends up in the Philippines.
Lon Bunny's asking where he is. Andrew said he's in the Philippines and unable to come to the phone. He's off radar, right? He's gone off grid, no?
Yeah, he said he only has access once a month to the phone.
But something very odd about the Philippines is they have an extremely high rate of trafficking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And living off the grid, you would be untraceable. He said he worked for her father, but he never said doing what.
Fishing. That the father's a fisherman.
No, he worked for her father during the off season, and then he would go fishing. Because he wanted to go back to the old ways, like her parents did, to a certain extent, is the way that I took it. But now you're bringing in that he couldn't have got to the Philippines because of COVID.
I mean, that's just my opinion. Of course, there's always exceptions, right, to the rule.
So what? Well, I mean, yeah, there's always exceptions to the rule, but could Andrew be, a cover story, an alibi for Jose?
I don't know. And maybe, for all we know, TBI did interrogate or investigate him, right? I mean, we don't know.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know. But no, we do know. I mean, we don't know for sure. But Andrew said, Andrew said, that he had already
Ashley. Okay.
He had already left before Summer went missing. So he was already in the Philippines. So he said that Jose is not even aware that Summer is missing.
Right.
But didn't you just say that he was incarcerated, or was that Dudley?
That's Dudley. That was Dudley's story that he got from Donald, allegedly.
Who was incarcerated?
Jose. And he just got out 3 days before Summer went missing. Yes.
So he wasn't in the. So that would.
We don't know. I can't find any records of him being incarcerated ever, even though he has all these charges.
I couldn't either, including the fact that he took his niece, age 3, from Springfield, Massachusetts, right? Down to what, North Carolina, I think it was.
Yeah, Andrew says that wasn't him.
Mm-hmm.
But that mugshot looked similar to him. You know? But yeah, that story, it was a 3-year-old niece. And the police said that he had no intentions of bringing her back home. But there's
you're talking about
Jose and Carmen Gonzalez, or is it Garcia?
No, it was Roman Suarez or something.
He's Ramon Suarez.
Who is?
Jose.
Okay, the real Jose.
Yeah, the mugshot guy. The mugshot guy that we showed the other day.
But how about the Jose of Don and Andrew?
That's who I'm talking about when I refer to him.
Also Roman Suarez?
I'm confused. I thought he was Ramon Suarez.
See, I don't know, because if it is Roman Suarez, because I've only ever heard Jose Roman, right? In terms of the
me too,
right? Mm-hmm. But now we've got the hyphenation, which is very common, and it's like Roman Suarez, right?
Right.
Did Andrew say that it was a Suarez or no?
I don't know if I asked him that. Though I found the Suarez. Maligator, how did we find Maligator and I dug for 8 hours together. So that's 16 hours of digging. I can't remember how the hell I figured it out, but we went, rabbit hole to rabbit hole, rabbit hole. And see, look, she just put it in chat. It was Roman Suarez. But how did we figure that out, that it was hyphenated? I can't remember how we got there. You know how that happens.
That to just plain old Jose Roman.
He has several aliases. I think it was on his been verified. The aliases, when we put in Jose Ramon or whatever, it came up as a different name or something. And on been verified, it had like all these, like Miguel was one name, was an alias, and there were several different aliases. So we started searching those aliases in Google and stuff. And that's when that mugshot came up first. And I was like, holy smokes. I could hardly find the article. I had to go to Google Cache or whatever to actually pull those articles. And there was only 2. The 2 I sent you were the only 2 that I could find. No court records, nothing. Even if it's not the real Jose, there was no trial records, nothing.
It's been removed, which is interesting. Yes, Latinos, well, they don't hyphenate usually, but in the United States they do hyphenate. The Americans hyphenate it for them. Usually it would be like somebody here says Jose Luis. Somebody's saying another name. Oh shoot. Jose. Oh, let me see if I can get it. Somebody said that we're talking about the wrong Jose. And
you guys have to remember that mugshot is old, right? That's from 2008.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you earlier, Jay, was when was that mugshot?
2008, when that incident with the kidnapping happened, was when that mugshot was taken.
Okay, how long was he in jail?
We don't know.
For that.
We don't know. We don't know if he even went to jail for that, because there are no official court records. The only thing we could find were 2 news articles, and they were reputable, like real news sources about the incident and them getting found in North Carolina, of all places. They were from was it Connecticut or Massachusetts? Sorry.
Yeah, Springfield, Mass.
They came from Massachusetts, but when you look at this guy that has the mugshot. If you look at his been verified, he has all the same
markers or whatever.
Yes.
So your chat is fascinating, by the way, and I know that I'm not in charge of your chat or anything, but your chat is just they're all over the place in really good ways.
Hey, if you see any comments that you want to address, I by all means.
Well, I mean, there are a couple of this. I think it's KM. They're going so fast. Mama, she has a great thing, but KM says that she or he thinks the name is Jose Luis something Nunez, and that we're talking about the wrong Jose
Nunez. I did not see that in any of my searches. I never came across that name. I came across Louise, Luiz, Louise, like Miguel Louise Miguel. And then it turned into Michael. One of them was like Michael Louise, like,
which is very common. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah, they kind of switch that from
switch it around all the time.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
One of my daughter's names is Dorsi Camila. It's a together word. Then it's Maria, and then our last name. And sometimes people call her Camila. Sometimes it's Dorsey. Sometimes it's Dorsi Camila. Sometimes it's Maria.
Right. Yeah. That's not a big deal. I thought it was interesting though that we went from like Miguel Luis to Jose Roman to Jose Roman Suarez to Jose Suarez. You know, it's just
Michael.
like. I know a lot of you guys don't think that mugshot's him, but I think it's similar.
Maybe you could put that up again. Somebody else just asked. Okay, Baby Boss also said Jose Luis Roman Nunez. I mean, I'm writing this down because I'm going to do a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely look into it more. I mean, we don't have to drive Jose into the ground.
Sorry. And then
one thing, though, Jay, you mentioned that, and you're right. I remember this. If Dudley said Jose just got out of jail right before Summer went missing.
Yes, that's what he said.
Andrew said that he went to Alaska till the end of fishing season and then went to the Philippines. Both can't be true.
Why is that?
There's only one Jose, so Jose can't be in jail in Alaska and the Philippines at the same time.
Right, so one or the other isn't true.
Correct. Now the problem with this is there's so many inconsistencies. Is Andrew telling the truth or is Dudley telling the truth? Well, I know Dudley's not honest. At least
I don't think anybody really is.
100%.
And not only that, the story Dudley got came from Don. So you've got the source is Don on that. So.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But somebody else here has asked you, somebody saying, what's my theory? I'll get into that later. But
yeah,
I want to know from somebody from you here in your chat, Miss J, has asked, would you consider requesting Andrew to come back on so that he could lend clarity to the timeline, etc.?
Yeah, for sure. We can reach out and ask him. For sure.
And Dudley too?
I have reached out to Dudley. It's kind of funny, actually. I'll have to tell this little story, even though it's like whatever. So I texted him to see like how things were going, whatever. And he thought that I was one of the bullhorners. And because I was kind of reminding him who I was. And I was like, hey, how did it go, with your dinner? And I told him I was friends with Jonathan. And I think he just kind of saw the name Jonathan and he thought I was one of them. And he started texting me about like this lawyer and all this stuff. So I don't know if someone offered to pay for a lawyer for him to go after Donna Wells, but you heard it here first. Just saying. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. I was like,
oops.
Because I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I'm reading these paragraphs and I'm like, who's he? And then, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were someone else. I was like, oops. So, yeah, that's kind of where that stands. So, I don't know if he would come back on, but probably see him on another channel.
London Times just said something hilarious. I'm sorry.
No. What?
I'm trying. Oh, God. This London Times person must be talking about Jose. He's in the basement behind the china cabinet. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, like the game of Clue.
With Professor Plum and Candlestick. The whales are unbelievable. Well, they are unbelievable.
It's like nothing I've ever seen. So that brings me to Scott H., who grew up there, who understands what we don't understand, right? I went back and listened to my first interview with Don, and I'm like, oh my God, I sound so naive to what what this was, because I'm like, oh, hi, Don Wells. I'm like, okay, is your road gravel or is it paved? And, like not knowing, I had no idea what I was, what it was, who he was, where he lived. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, you numbskull. Like I just, just totally off base there. So, I mean, Scott,
it was sweet.
Do you have anything that you want to add about, anything really? We're open to talk about anything new that's come out that's kind of twisted things for you in a way.
Well, again, I've had a theory. I'm not going to say a theory change, but a new possibility of a theory that ties my number one theory. And this is the first time since this whole since Summer went missing that I've even came remotely close to changing my theory, and it's based upon new information and new sources that are here locally. And so I'm really I'm dissecting that over on my channel, looking at some things. My first and main theory from the beginning is that Candace and Dawn planned for Summer to go missing. Grandma knew about it. Candace executed it, and Dawn covered up for it. Now, in what capacity of that disappearance? I don't know. Was it drugs? Were they trying to hide her because of a CPS investigation? Could there have been trafficking involved? Could it be a little bit of all of those things? And that would put Grandma and Dawn at least guilty of knowledge of what happened.
Like accessories after the fact, or
right, having guilty knowledge of it and covering it up. The reason I think of that is because there's never been an active crime scene. There's never been any crime tape. There's never been any blood. There's never been any evidence of death. There's never been a body. There's never been so much as of a thread of Summer's clothes found anywhere after hundreds of thousands of dollars of airplanes, helicopters, four-wheelers, manpower, every available research from all the surrounding counties, and all of those have stayed strictly to searching Beach Creek.
Beach Creek, less
the community
permission for them to. Remember, they said that they could only search so much because some people don't give permission to get on their property.
Correct.
So
correct. So they're with all of those resources and people a lot smarter than me, all the sheriff's departments that are involved, the TBI, the FBI, volunteer groups like EquiSearch and others, but none of them seem to have any reason to want to search outside of Beach Creek. That's telling me something. They don't believe that she ever left Beach Creek. Now, taking that into consideration, they've never found any evidence to show that she's in Beach Creek.
But if my thing is, if they honestly never went on X number of properties within Beach Creek, because Mr. Lawson, Sheriff Lawson, acknowledged more than once that they were not allowed to search on properties of folks that refused to give permission, then they really haven't done a thorough search now, have they?
Well, that's why I say, knowing the circumstances down there, that all of that land is private property.
Right.
And knowing that those roads don't end just because Google Maps say they end, it's extremely possible that they could have said, hey, why don't you go stay with Uncle Joe or friend Bobby or whoever, and we'll come and visit you, because they never expected this to blow up that big. Don probably expected, here's my story, my kid was abducted, and it's a small town, and they look at it and go, well, we can't find her, and it's done. And after the heat's off, everything settles back down and life goes back to normal. Because we know the history of the family dynamics on both sides, the Wells and the Blyes and the Hares of SA. We know it runs rampant, generations worth. So it's not out of the realm of possibility for that to have been happening, and they didn't want that to be found out. If they were in charge of her disappearing, then we wouldn't have to worry about whether the dogs barked or the timeline or whether there was a scream or not, or none of that, because it would be planned. Somebody would pull up and they go with Uncle Johnny for a while and we'll see you later.
Or they could have hidden her on another property, and then, for all you know, Grandis could have picked her up and taken her out of state. Well,
yeah. My new theory.
Oh yes, tell us.
Is what I call, what if Summer wasn't missing until she was? Meaning that a 5-year-old, I sat here one day and I thought, what would I do if I was a 5-year-old on June 15th? And I woke up early, because remember, Summer wasn't in school yet. And Candace and Dawn don't exactly have what you would call a normal bedtime, it seems. It seems like a party atmosphere with a bunch of yelling and screaming and drinking and drugging every night. So, Summer probably, and the boys probably slept when they could. So you wake a 5-year-old up early. You go to the hospital to take Granny because of her knee. You go to the smoke shop. You go to Walgreens. You go swimming. You go back to Walgreens. You go to the hippie house. You go to Sonic. You go to Priceless. You go back and drop Hunter off. You get home around 3:30. So you've been cooped up in a truck all day long running stupid errands, and you get home, what's the first thing you want to do?
Go run.
Go play. That's it. Nobody's going to convince me that Summer stayed up on that hill. I was 5 years old once. My sister was 5 years old once. And all the kids in our neighborhood were 5 years old once. And we all went and played in the creek and played football and played in the woods and built forts. And I'm figuring those kids probably did too. So what if Summer went down to the creek with the boys? Mm-hmm. Because Don says when he comes home, he sees the boys down at the creek. Mm-hmm. Jody Sue says when she goes searching, she sees the boys at the creek acting like they're playing. Or they're playing. Not acting like their mother and their grandmother are on top of the hill screaming frantically for their missing sister. So what if they were down there playing? Mm-hmm. Summer went over the rise. You know, on the video we see Dawn go down the little hill in the Subaru. What if she walked up that little rise, was playing around out in front of the shed there? You can see from an aerial view there's a semicircle driveway there in the field, you know, where you can enter to go to the shed from either side. Mm-hmm. What if, this is what my whole series is about now that I'm looking into, is who is visiting who on Ben Hill Road?
The day of, you mean?
Period. Is it possible that Summer could have been playing there, a shady character, which there are several of in that area, and several of that live on Ben Hill, possibly pulled up there to the side of the road and said, "Hey, Summer, do you want me to give you a ride back up to the house?"
Right, and somebody in chat just said, and they made an excellent point, I don't know who they were, but they said that she did the same thing in church on the videos. She was all over the place, running hither, thither, and yon.
Exactly.
So right? So and she had no problem going to people, right? So yeah, you're right. She could have been playing hither, thither, and yon, and then you're right. Somebody could have said, "You want me to take you home? Come on in the car." Yeah.
But they never took her home.
Right.
They just took off. There again, you wouldn't have to worry about the scream. You wouldn't have to worry about if the dogs were there. If the dogs weren't there, you wouldn't have to worry about the timeline. You wouldn't have to worry about the parents' involvement. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. And you also wouldn't have to worry about having evidence of life or death because she just disappeared.
Can I interrupt you just really quick? I just want to address this comment.
Yeah.
Hang on. I want to go back. My chat is moving so fast. I go to pin it and then it's gone and I pinned the wrong one. But someone said that the one of the boys said, "I didn't do it." Mm-hmm. I've never heard that. Is that true? Because I wanted to clear that up if it's not.
What you?
Yeah. Somebody, who was that? Don or Ken? Don.
I think Don said it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, right. Don said, one of the boys said it wasn't my fault. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to verify that because he told me that one of the boys felt guilty.
Yeah, he said the same to us too.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if he worded it differently to you guys or what. But you look beautiful, by the way. Hi, Mr. Cher.
Thank you.
Hey, dude.
Thanks for joining, you guys. Sorry, Scott. I just wanted to clear that up because anything about the boys, I want to make sure it's, I don't really want the boys talked about, but if something like that is said, I want to make sure that it did come from their dad's mouth,
Yeah,
Right.
Don said that to us a couple times.
All right. Thanks for clearing that up.
Can I ask a segue question to that, Jay, to Miss Cher? To Miss Cher?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I like to work on facts, so I'm just not going to say this is what I heard. It's rumor through the streets of YouTube. But regardless, it is a bit odd that when Don went to Utah for that 6 or 9 months, he took the eldest boy with him, right?
Yeah.
And this is the rumor, that the eldest boy was taken there with Don because he
Didn't
was...
he take all of the two older boys?
I have no idea.
I think it was just one boy.
He said it was Josie. He said him and Josie went.
I'll ask him. He's actually been in very steady contact with me again for the last couple days. I'll double check with that it was definitely Josie, but for some reason I think it was the two older ones.
But what I had heard was that Josie and so I know we're not supposed to speak on the children, but this is something that Don said he took Josie, and that what I had heard, the rumor was that Josie had gotten involved in maybe some dabbling into some drugs, and also was being quite aggressive with the siblings in the house. So Don took that opportunity to take Josie with. Am I correct?
Yeah. No, that's right. Yeah.
So then when on the heels of knowing that backdrop, you have that child apparently telling Don, it wasn't my fault. Did the boy get angry? I mean, that just is this is all speculation. Did he hurt Summer? We just don't know. But what I think is odd is that the whole day of the day she allegedly went missing, I don't understand how. First of all, there are no such things as emergency room visits. I mean, that are planned, scheduled visits, that she had to be for 8 a.m. at the emergency room for her scheduled visit. We don't give scheduled visits to the emergency room. So that was a bit odd. And then taking just Summer and leaving the boys at home, so allegedly she could call Hunter to go fishing. I mean, the whole story seems like they got Summer out of the picture, away from the boys on that day. Why didn't she take everybody? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wondered that too.
That definitely begs a question to be asked, for sure. Not only, like I said, being a child, not only, Summer being in a vehicle running errands, what a 5-year-old would consider stupid errands. Why can't we hurry and go home so I can play from 8 a.m. and let's just use these time frames because that's what we've got, or allegedly we have. 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Another thing you're not going to convince me of is 3 boys who did go to school were on summer break. It was a beautiful sunny day in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not believing they stayed inside all day.
Right. Yeah.
Just not. I wouldn't have.
That's where I don't understand. But Don has told me. Don told me the boys were at work with him. So
I know you've said that many times. That Don told you the exact opposite. That they weren't holed up at home. They were with
and
him.
then you listen to Hunter's interview again, and he even says the boys went to work with Don. So Don, I think, told the truth when he told me that. I've seen pictures. The boys all 3 of those boys have gone to work. So has Summer. They have and yeah, I think that they went to work with Don, and I think that Don and the boys got home early. He can deny that all he wants, but I think that was the phone call. I think Don and the boys got home. Candace wasn't there, so he called her like, where the hell are you? Where's Summer? And yeah, that's what I think. Because, I mean, he originally said the boys went to work with him.
Well, my question to that would be, he also stated that when he called Candace around 3 o'clock, he said that he was going to go ahead and work late since they were out doing their thing.
And he said, why would I go home when nobody was home?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Which...
Oh, that's true too. Wow.
If going by Candace's story, the 3 boys were already at home. Candace, Grandma, and Summer at 3:09 were 8 minutes away from home. So they would have been home at 3:30. So if Dawn is calling at 3 o'clock saying, I'm going to work late because y'all are out doing their thing, well, hell, the whole damn family was going to be home.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why wouldn't he have came home to see the whole family? Why would he need to work late because nobody was out doing their thing anymore? Everybody was already home. And Dawn said that, not me.
Hmm. So, why did you go into Molly's live stream under the name Donnie Wells? Because I knew she wasn't going to let me
Oh
up.
my God, that was so funny, by the way.
I knew she was just dying to have Don up there. So, by the way, Don loved that. So, if you want to drag me for it, go ahead. Don thought it was hilarious. I mean, I wanted to say my piece, and I did. She wasn't going to let Voices Behind the Wall up there, was she?
No, definitely.
I missed that. I didn't get to see it.
It was a fun 10 seconds. Whatever.
Oh,
Okay,
there was
so-
another question in chat that I just saw right there too. In Don's story, when Candace called him at 5:30 and he loaded up his tools in the car and sped home at 100 miles an hour, almost wrecking the car, he immediately goes to the shed and goes down the hill and sees the boys. So he never said anything about loading the boys up at work at 5:30.
Right.
He mentions the boys being at the creek.
Yep.
So the boys couldn't have been at work with him.
Right.
But the other thing about that whole thing, that whole story narrative that he says that he went, this is Don Wells, straight from work, loaded the tools up and went straight to the creek and to the shed. That never sat well with me because as a parent, I would be going straight to my house,
Yeah.
not to the shed, not to the creek, even if, and it never made sense to me if, as a mom, if I had one child missing, I would never let my other children outdoors. I'd say we're locking everybody inside until the law gets here. So the whole story, we're back, as somebody just said, we're all back at the beginning. We don't know.
Yeah, who's telling the truth? None of the above. I mean, that sums it up. It's like mind bending is putting it mildly. There was this question for you, Scott, and I lost it. I was trying to pin it, and then it moved.
It was from Skilo. Skilo asked, was she driving to or from her home? She was driving to her home. Now, here's another issue with that.
I kind of disagree with that. I think she was leaving her house.
Well, I mean, there's always that possibility. I'm basing that off of the video, the famous milk jug video.
Yeah, there's that big yellow arrow sign on the road.
That hand painted one, yeah.
2 light poles, the intersection of the road, and a shed that you can see behind the light poles. And we've actually had people drive there.
Okay.
And, see it, for themselves, take pictures of it and everything.
That corroborated that video was taken heading home.
Heading home. Because that was looking out the driver's side window of the truck when Candace was driving. If she would have been coming from her home, it would have been out the passenger side window.
Oh, I mean, KM, I am pro no one.
I'm pro summer. That's what I was just going to type in chat.
Yeah, pro summer.
I think we're just trying to sort of tease out, once again, some of these inconsistencies in the narratives, and also try to shine a light on some of the other odd parts of the narrative. As we started off at the beginning, you had 14 people coming down, including Andrew, which is Hunter's father, from Gloversville, New York, in a caravan. Supposedly the hotels were full. Well, that was during the pandemic. They weren't full. It's just, we're trying to understand. We can't wrap our minds around it, as I'm sure you all can either.
I think the more you talk it through, the more you pick up on, and the more you discuss it.
Absolutely.
Because everybody picks up on different things. All these different interviews, everything that comes out, we all pick up on different things in those interviews. I mean, we can't all sit here and listen to them 100 times and get everything. So when we put our minds together, we're like, whoa, I didn't pick up on that part. I think we had something come up earlier like that. So I love, to talking it through. None of us know. We don't have the answers.
Gray Hughes just commented, not necessarily that the parents were quote quote neglectful.
What?
Wait. I want to give him props for part of what he said, and then we'll disagree.
I'm trying to find it so I can pin it because I want to read it, but I can't find it.
Okay, this was at, let me see what time he made it. Just a minute ago, he made a good point in the sense that if she,
Oh, here it is.
in the moment, let's say she did make it home, and as Scott is saying, she was, pent up in the car all day, and she decided to get out and run, and she went down to the creek and all that kind of stuff. If something happened as far as a disappearance or an abduction in that scenario, then Gray Hughes is correct. You can't blame the parents for being quote quote neglectful in that instance, because we don't as parents have to have our eye on our children all the time, especially if they're on our property. So I totally agree with Gray on that. But where I disagree, Mr. Gray, is that I think there's a lot of ancillary evidence, both in photographs, both videos, etc., that the parents, were neglectful in terms of nutrition, dental care, etc.
Yeah, can I sound off on that too? If she wasn't abducted, then there is no neglect. Maybe not in the missing person case.
Right. That's what.
But I mean, how can you look at that home alone and say there was no neglect there? How can you look at their criminal history, their usage of drugs, their usage of alcohol, their prank calls when their daughter's missing, and say there's no neglect? There's a reason those
protective services cases.
Absolutely. I mean, getting into a drunken fight. Did you read the police report from October of 2020 where Donald Wells fell on the drive? He fell to the ground drunk in front of his children and was arrested. And after hitting himself in the face.
But wait,
Gray Hughes, you got more common sense than that.
But wait, I'm defending Gray here. I mean, there's no defending or putting somebody down. But I'm wondering if Gray is just talking about the instance around if she indeed disappeared as she was playing outside. Maybe Gray could tell us, and I don't know.
She has admittedly supplied minors with alcohol and drugs, and you're going to try and say that she wasn't neglectful to her children? There's no defending that.
But I'm not sure.
Not only her children, but other children.
Oh, God.
I mean, someone just said, I first talked to Don, I was fine with it. I had no idea what their house was like.
No,
I had no clue. No clue. I talked to him literally the first time, July the 3rd. July the 3rd. Do you think I knew what the inside of their house looked like? None of us did until Chris McDonough went there. Mm-hmm. So how can you do that? How can you say that?
And imagine living in a house to where there's abuse and drinking and drugs and mom and dad screaming and him going, "You dumb bitch, don't break my fucking door."
Yeah.
And all that. The mental side, the psychological effect.
God,
someone may have got home, jumped out of that truck and went to the creek to get as far away from that damn house as she possibly could, because it terrorized her, the thought of even being inside of that house with those parents that have psychologically and emotionally been neglectful in dealing with all of their children and every child that they have ever bore onto this earth. There's 9 children between the two of them. They have custody of 0.
Yep.
Let's ask Andrew.
Jay's last interview, she says, "Dawn, I hear that the boys were taken away." And he goes, "Yeah, they were accusing me of selling my child for drugs, and I got to drinking." And Jay goes, "Oh no." And he's like, "Yeah, I shouldn't have." There is no question there was persistent and consistent neglect, period.
No, I fully agree with you. I was defending the maybe in the moment piece, that if she went off, that you can't say a parent is neglectful because the child goes down to the creek and they're on their property. If somebody,
but you can if she's sleeping with a 15-year-old, so we don't know what's going on, right?
oh,
I mean, we don't know.
We don't
How
know.
about
I
just
don't want to
alone?
picture that.
You
How
don't want
about-
to picture
how-
it, but it's
No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want to picture it, but you know what?
nobody wants to picture that.
I don't want to picture any of the stuff that these people have had their hands in. It's disgusting. It's all gross.
Well, the thing that bothers me is that people in the chats along the months and also other folk have said, well, they didn't have the money to take them to a dentist or for shots or for whatever.
Mhm.
I can say that I've worked for 30 years with the underserved, most of which is in the federally funded healthcare. And I think there are about 50 we call them FQHCs, federally qualified healthcare centers in Tennessee alone. We take all comers. We deal with rotten teeth and everything, and we give.
I think in the U.S., children that are school age, they get free dental. Like I always had trouble for me, but I was an adult. But my kids, they had their dental needs were taken care of because they were school aged kids.
Right.
And
So
mine was
there is
Minnesota Care.
available.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if
they
people
could have
say
got
it's
that.
not their fault. They didn't
If you have a
insurance.
child, I think you can get free dental cleanings.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And even if you don't have insurance, like we have a lot of undocumented children, many, many hundreds, and they don't qualify for insurance, but they qualify on a sliding scale. Most of them get free, if not maybe $10 up to the maximum $40 for a full cleaning and, caries and getting filled and whatnot. So yes, I agree strongly. I know Scott feels very strongly, as do all of you on panel, and I would totally agree with you. There is a measure of horrible, horrible neglect and abuse, no doubt.
Well,
Long-standing.
The way I look at it, what point in time is it when you put it in comparison's sake? You beat the hell out of your wife every night of the week and buy her roses once a month to make up. Does that excuse the whole month?
No.
Mm-mm.
But somebody here is saying CPS can't say it's abuse. They can just mandate them to get dental care, for instance. But
Right.
I can tell you right now, based on just the walkthrough of the house, didn't match code, etc. Filth of the way the children were kept or not kept. The dental, if that child had come to my office and for a child check or whatever, I would have to call CPS. I would have to. But I will also tell you, sadly, many cases throughout my years, I've called, and there's no doubt that kids are not in a good situation. And CPS has either said, we won't take the case, or they come and investigate the case. And I'll never forget when I first was a young doctor, like in my late 20s, I refused to dismiss a baby from the hospital because I said, this baby came in dehydrated and neglected, and this baby's going to end up dead. And I was told by my superior, you have to dismiss the baby now. And I said, no. I put my foot down. I said, get CPS involved. And then I'll never forget that the social worker came and said she can be dismissed. And so I told my supervisor, because I wasn't very popular, I said, I can't sign off on this. It's against my moral code. I just don't feel good. So they signed off, sent the baby home. I swear to God, I read in the paper 2 days later, the obituaries, and of course it was on the front page, the baby was found dead.
Oh my God.
And CPS signed off. So did my supervisor.
Wow.
It's horrible, horrible, horrible. So the system is broken on many levels,
So it's broken because I do believe that they were tipped off about CPS coming. I was thinking about it more yesterday. Now, let's be all the way real. Looking at their house, seeing all the Mountain Dew jugs, everything, did that look like a household that was worried about making sure their kids drink milk every day?
No.
So I think they knew CPS was coming, and that's why they went grocery shopping.
Hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, because if they didn't have food in cupboards, that would have been a huge strike for the kids. Now, Yeah, I think that they knew they were coming, and that's why they went grocery shopping to fill up the fridge with the milks to look nutritious and all of that. So there's something wrong there because I do believe they were tipped off.
That the wells were tipped off.
Yeah, I do, because I think that's why they went and got the milk and the groceries. I think they knew CPS was coming to their house, and I think that's why. Because I'm sorry, otherwise that would have been 2 liters of Mountain Dew, not milk.
Yeah.
Okay, Gray, you've officially overstayed your welcome. I give you a chance every time. I unblock you every time. And you insult my people in my chat. I don't know why you continually do it.
Just breathe, Jane. Just block and let it go.
It's gone. Okay. So anyways, I can't stand it. I give everybody chance after chance, because I don't want anybody, I want to hear everybody's opinions. I do.
Yeah.
But you don't need to be, you got enough going on, and you don't need to be stressed out on your own show.
True. But what I would like to do is kind of, I know we have all different theories, right? We all have different, I probably have 4 or 5, like, in my head, right? Why don't we each talk about one of the theories, not your top theory, just anything that, because there's the ones that you go to the most based on what you know, what you've heard, what you've read, et cetera, et cetera. What to you maybe makes the most sense? I guess that you go back to the most.
You first?
Cher? Mr. Cher, we haven't heard from you yet.
All right, well,
the voice of reason.
The voice of reason. Actually, yeah, I did want to talk about, because they were saying, why would Candace only take Summer and not all the boys?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they wouldn't have all fit in the truck.
That's a good point. Excellent point. Yes, you're right. Because he took the Subaru.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I had the Subaru.
That's right.
But
Excellent.
yeah, where I always go with all this, it could be anything or anyone, really. Everybody's lied. Every single person is lied.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that I just can't get past is that 2-minute window that Candace said Summer was out of her sight. I don't believe that. It was longer time, maybe a couple hours. So,
Mr. Cher, do you think it's possible what Dudley said, that it happened the day prior? Or do you think that isn't possible due to TBI getting their pings and stuff like that? Do you think that we would have already had a clarification that, if it was on a different day, that they would have clarified that? Or would they not say it so that maybe, they don't know that they know that it was on a different day?
I don't think it was a different day, because if it was, then that would mean Candace, Dawn, Allie, H, and Grandma would all have had to have been in on it.
Right.
Meaning that she showed up at the home and
that would make a lot of people having to be on the same page for that. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's no way if Allie and H had nothing to do with it, there's no way they'd go along with that story.
True. That's a good point.
True.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And they verified the stores, right? The Walgreens and probably the smoke shops. So yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't even know if anyone was really visible on the Walgreens security camera. I never did see it.
It depends if you trust Chris McDonough. He said he saw the proof from there. So
yeah, it could have seen the vehicle, but
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually saw everyone's face.
That's what I wanted. Did they see Summer?
Yeah.
Well, they went in the drive-through at Walgreens. So I think Chris had actually said that there was a time that they were at Walgreens based on their transaction of getting the prescription.
Oh.
Because they went in the drive-through, Hunter said.
Correct.
But someone said something on a security camera.
I worked at Walgreens for 5 years, and there's video in the drive-through. There should be video footage.
Yeah,
there probably is, but they wouldn't give it to the public.
Yeah, that's true. Would Chris McDonough have been able to see it? Probably not, because he's not an active detective.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, so I don't know. I think he did talk to the smoke shop employees, though, And he verified one of those, I thought, but I'm not sure about that. If it was just like verbally, they remembered. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not clear on those stores.
Before we go on to what our theories are,
Yes.
I was hoping that we could sort of list and ask Chad as well. Like so far, I mean, I've got 5 theories because I like to have sort of a scaffolding of, and let's knock that one out, or what's less likely. So can we go through what the top 5 might be?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll just name them. I'm not going to give my opinion yet, but this is what I have so far, and then other folks can add. And I just wrote this down. So one could be that she either dry drowned or she drowned at the swimming hole. That's theory number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Theory number 2 is that there was an accident, and I'm going to say accident by maybe a child when she got home, hit her too hard or whatever. She fell down the stairs. So that's accident. Number 3 would be that she was beaten. Somebody got rageful and overdid their beating, and
That's where I'm at.
So that's 3. Number 4 is what I call familial trafficking, which is very rife in that part of Northeast Tennessee, which means not trafficked by an outside trafficker, but 65% of the children that are trafficked familially, it's the mother that traffics them, rents them out, so to speak. And the average age of a child that's familially trafficked is age 5.
Yeah.
And then what would be the 5th one? Now I've lost. Oh, somebody just said Miss Broken or Mr. Broken Dishes said maybe the parents said go get the mail, send her down to the mailbox with the plan to get her gone to avoid CPS stuff. So a plan production.
I think there's a mixture of number 3 and 4.
Okay, so 3 was the accident, like a brother, she fell down the stairs, or the brother.
Okay, so I think it's a mix of the beating and also from the trafficking.
Familial trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have a question that just popped in my head, Sharon. I wonder if you ever asked Don this. Did Summer wet the bed? Did he ever say never? It's never been brought up.
No.
It just hit me just because when Candace said, my mom gets mad when they're wet, and I put her on a pillow. I don't know. That just when you guys were talking, that just popped in my head for some reason.
So maybe she meant wet from swimming, or you thought?
Well,
maybe
I think she was saying wet from swimming, but I just wondered if that, because remember John Benet Ramsey was a bedwetter. And, there was speculation that Patsy got upset when she would wet the bed, and her bed was wet that morning when she was found dead in the basement. So that was one of the theories in the John Benet, and it just kind of hit me while you guys were talking.
I'll ask Don, but I never asked him that. A part of me never asked because I assumed she didn't, because I always assumed that there was trafficking involved, and with trafficking, it tends to be potty trained children.
And it's also children that are victims of SA.
Also, yeah.
They tend to wet the bed.
Yes,
Yeah.
They do. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so I don't know. That just hit me.
Story about Summer sleeping with them every night.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I don't know if I believe that though.
I believe that. Why would he? That makes someone, especially him, look bad. Why would he lie and make himself look even worse by saying that? I believe him. But look at me and my kids snuggle. I have a 19-year-old daughter, and if she was here right now, she would snuggle in bed with me.
But would she snuggle with your husband in bed? Between the two of you?
No. If we were not to go to bed. If we were watching a movie or something, yes, but no, not to go to sleep. No.
And it is very different because there is the whole movement of what we call the family bed, and it is considered perfectly fine. And in many countries, people have a family bed.
Well, they do, but do they choose which gender they do it with?
That's exactly it. The family bed. What usually happens, and what we recommend according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, is that
girls and boys.
Yeah, and yes, there should be a gender separation, and also newborn babies, then their whole things like you never ever put a child in between a parent, not because of SA or anything, but one of my sisters had a friend and the husband rolled on top of the brand new baby.
Yeah.
So I mean, generally, the recommendation is to get one of those child guards. And
I just don't see Don and Candace as being like a pre-plan, like we're gonna co-sleep like family.
Remember, they had told me, Don told me Candace didn't sleep in the bed all the time. That she would sleep upstairs or on the bunk bed, but mostly she would be upstairs. That's what Don said.
Yes, he told me that too.
Yeah, that's true.
I was just sorry. I was just responding to what Cher said with her 18-year-old or whatever. It is far more common by 100% almost that women. It's totally different and this is very gender biased, but for a mommy to cuddle with her daughter, we rarely see that same mommy say, "Oh, and my 18-year-old boy is in the bed with me." And, I mean, there are just certain things that don't match up in this case, where she's sleeping in the middle, and they both, as somebody you just had on the banner said, have a history of DV and SA towards children. It's most unusual.
Did you ever ask him if any of the boys also slept in their bed when they were babies?
I did not. I didn't even think about
thought we did.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just now thinking of it too.
I don't know, but I just, when you said that, something pinged in my head that we did ask, and the boys never ever did. But I could be wrong.
Boy,
I would believe that.
All right, so the chat so far, by the way, I've been sort of keeping track here, is with Miss Cher on this, and honestly with me, that there's some component of familial trafficking gone awry. Something happened. Maybe the person didn't bring her back, that they were rented out. That's what it seems like a lot of chat are saying. What are your opinions, Scott H. and Mr. Mark?
Mine would be, I would say, still the controlled disappearance. The family knows where she is.
So planned abduction, so to speak.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The second one that is running a close tie to that may, I mean, it's neck and neck on being my first theory, is a crime of opportunity committed by someone
that's 6
known by the Wells.
Okay, crime of opportunity. That's number 6. So could you expound on that? Do you mind if I'm asking these questions?
No, you're perfectly fine. This is awesome. Go ahead.
All right. Could you expound on what you mean by a crime of opportunity known by a known acquaintance or friend?
Right. Like I said, possibly, Summer got home. Her and the boys went down to play at the creek. Summer wandered off up in the shed area. Someone that was coming to visit someone on Ben Hill Road or someone else on Beach Creek had the opportunity to snatch Summer up, but had different ideas of what to do with her than to take her home. Because of the high number of people that have convictions of that live on Ben Hill and around Ben Hill. And the more that I'm digging in, the people that visit Ben Hill have the same kind of things going on.
Yep.
So, and I think, and this is saying that Don and Candace didn't know that this person was going to take this opportunity. I'm saying that Don and Candace probably knew the person based on like that statement that Don made to Brian Enton. That
statement was. So say again. What could you remind us of what that statement was?
Yeah, Brian Enton was asking about what happened. This was when Don and Brian Enton were down next to the shed. And Dawn was like, well, maybe she made the mistake of having some wrong friends.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
I
I
don't
remember
think
that.
that. I
Yep.
don't think only Candace made the mistake of having wrong friends. I think they all had friends, but now they're considering them to be wrong friends because one of them snatched their daughter.
He got really upset at me when I called this house a flop house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
really?
won't just let anyone come and flop at my house. Are you crazy? Yeah, he freaked out.
But meanwhile, there were 14 people apparently staying
14 people,
with
yeah.
him, they included.
Right.
I want to know how 14 people would even fit in that house.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine?
That's what I was saying. There would have
people
been
like everywhere.
That's what a flop house is, baby.
Yeah. Like,
there would have been 21 people
And
there.
druggies don't care. The more the merrier for druggies.
What is Loose Lips is saying? I told you that Candace has a best friend related to the Lights. I don't know who the Lights are. What's the Lights?
That's a
Fred
family.
Light? Yeah, it's a family.
yeah, Fred and Frank.
They have pedophile charges. They are registered offenders.
Those. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they live right around there. Fred Light and
Frank.
Light.
Okay, so somebody just said there were not 14 people, that Andrew Hutter's father explained all of that. Oh.
I'm going to be quiet about the whole Andrew thing, but I have personally been monitoring Andrew and his wife for months, and so I found his interview with Jay very interesting. And
Yeah, how so? I wanted everybody's opinion on that call with him.
he's a liar.
Mm.
He's a liar. His own children have videos posted on YouTube, and their house looks no better than what the Wellses did. And their kids are walking around beer bottles and cigarette butts and passed out people crying that they're starving again.
Nuh-uh.
So, yes.
This is on Facebook?
Yes. No, on YouTube. They have a YouTube
Or on YouTube?
channel.
They
yeah,
do?
and it's their kids filming. It's bad. It's very bad. It's no better than the Wells.
You're saying
Yikes.
And also that guy is the same guy that I have found hearting inappropriate pictures of Allie's daughter, like doing like inappropriate pictures that shouldn't be hearted and stuff like that. Yeah. I wouldn't be voting my daughters sticking their asses out and
what, Scott?
their titties out. I wouldn't be doing that.
Do you remember our backstage chat?
Yes, I do.
Did you just listen to what Cher was explaining?
About which part?
About the H's father?
Close. I don't want to bring children into it, but Allie's daughter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's all there. Go look at their Facebook pages and look at Allie's daughter's Facebook pictures and look at who's hearting them.
I have to admit, I've never looked at any of their, besides Don and Candace.
And all of their social media for weeks, like months.
Cher, let me ask you, are you familiar with this name? Bruce Vogel?
Bruce Vogel. I think I'll have to look again, but that's
ringing a bell for some reason. Vogel.
Yeah. It is ringing a bell, but I can't put my finger on it right now.
Okay. You'll know.
I'm doing some more digging after you.
Are you?
You'll know.
Is that a little breadcrumb?
It could be a little breadcrumb, yes.
Bruce Vogel. Yeah.
But I was given permission this morning that I could. This creator said she had no problem with sharing her information.
Mm.
It was the person that I'd emailed you about earlier about meeting with backstage about some photos that I don't want to put online because of the children.
Yeah.
And I was telling you about the adult male that was doing a reach around to another adult male.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Is that who that is?
Cher was mentioning, and I don't want to talk about children, but what we were talking about earlier is in his photos on his Facebook too.
Well, you better grab them before they go.
Yeah, get it. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, because I've got, I'm going to go through my stuff and I'm going to
In
screenshot
a
some more
skinny New
stuff
York
too.
minute, they'll be gone.
I even showed Mr. Stern, I'm like,
Literally.
look at these
Well,
pictures.
they're graph.
Oh,
And
okay.
that Hunter's dad is one of the ones.
Oh. Thank you, Shane. My cult.
Wait, I just saw something right there. Somebody said, why crime? Bingo.
What?
Julia
What is it?
XOXO bingo.
Julia. Where is Julia? Andrew's multiple Facebooks are gone as of 2 days ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, because he had like 20 of them. I was mad stalking all of them and the things that he's liking, and not just Hunter's sister, but he is hearting inappropriate pictures of minors, and it's disturbing.
Is it that, Scott? That one right there? Panda?
Yeah.
It makes me want to remember that song? Panda, panda.
Panda, panda, panda.
I don't mean to laugh, but it does. It always pops in my head. But
I don't even know what that means. Somebody,
It's just a mumble, right?
Panda profile.
I guess it's a pedo like symbol or something.
Oh,
I swear, and you see the way
That
he
was
posts his
Andrew
own
Hill.
children, like his
That was
children with his
Andrew
wife
Hill's
now.
avatar the other night.
It
It's
was
so bad.
yeah, it was. It was his avatar.
the Talking Loose Lips. It's going so fast. Said something. Oh, dang! About Panda profile is the giveaway. I mean, the avatar.
Yes, his profile picture.
And Bex at 9:13 says trafficked. Oh, damn it.
I know it's going fast. I'm going to slow it down right
I'm
now.
just a slow reader, guys. You know.
No, it's flying.
I could tell by the look on Cher's face.
Panda and accident.
Cher knows what I'm talking
accident and
about.
Trafficking equals the same thing. Interesting.
I'm a little bit happy, Scott, that I'm not like completely crazy and that somebody else knows.
No, you're not.
And the unicorn, yeah.
Okay, so I have a really naive question. I don't want to say a stupid question, okay? It's
There's no
naive.
such thing as a stupid question.
Right. I'm just naive on this whole topic, okay? I know that trafficking is a huge issue, right, in our country. I understand that, and I've heard and watched documentaries and things like that. But how does someone like the Wells, like, if you're gonna do something like that, how do you even know who in the hell to contact? Do you know what I mean? Like, how does that even work?
Is it
these little symbols? Like, do they use?
Yeah. Symbols, bandanas is huge. Bandanas. I wanted to cover about the bandanas, but they wear bandanas. Yes.
Bandanas, really?
Do you know when Don wore that green bandana when he was in California? I have huge questions on. Okay, so yeah, bandana, but when I saw it was that color green bandana and that he's been tied to trafficking, I was like, oh my God, because I research into like Jeffrey Epstein and all that, right? You know, my conspiracy theories and stuff, and Tom Hanks and everything. There's a huge thing with that color green bandana, and it means that you're a daddy, and yeah, you traffic young girls, and you are a daddy. So you're essentially.
But for all intents and purposes, though, we've never known Don to like be involved in any kind of like child trafficking rings or anything like that. So like, how would he know who? Like, I just don't understand. Like, how do you know that?
It's a family thing. It's a cultural thing. It's something you are born into. Donald was born into this. So was Candace.
Let me ask Scott. Scott, let me ask you.
Okay.
You live there, right? Is this something that is of great concern there?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I just Google child trafficking in Tennessee. Within the past month, we've probably had 4 sizable busts.
Mhm.
I'll be right back.
So, like Jay, trafficking and probably selling and buying a minor child in Tennessee would probably be almost as easy as us going to McDonald's to order a cheeseburger.
But once you know the right people,
Yeah, so
he could
I
have
mean-
met them in prison too. Like,
Yeah.
Can I go on a limb here and say something? Okay, so like, you know, when you see like weird symbols or like weird videos that you watch them and they just give you a creepy feeling. You don't know why. You can't put your finger on it. It's just something that your brain would never think of making. It's not necessarily gory or anything like that. It's just a creepy dark web feel. Have you ever watched anything where that you got that feeling? I mean, that's the only way I know how to describe it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
you know where I got that vibe? The
where
church videos.
Yes.
Yeah.
I get that vibe in those, and you know where else I get that vibe big time? When I go to www.findsummerwells.com.
Yeah.
Really?
Have you guys seen their latest?
No, I
About
don't.
all of us. It's about all of us YouTubers.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh.
Would you guys like to watch it real quick? I would
Sure.
love to get your
Why do
reactions.
people keep asking about my vitamin intake? I think that's very rude.
I don't
You're
know,
right.
but why aren't those comments being deleted? That's my question.
One
We're
thing,
not
David,
talking about anybody's looks. We're not talking about anybody's personal business.
What?
Stop.
I actually spent time on myself today.
You look
asshole.
beautiful. And that's why there's and that's why they're saying it. Sure, ignore it. Ignore those comments and mods. Please delete them.
I do
Pretty
want
please.
to
Go ahead, Scott.
I do want to say one thing though about everybody likes a good conspiracy theory, okay? But throughout life, learning, especially when you're looking into things that are ugly like child trafficking and things like that, unfortunately, you learn things that sound creepy and conspiracy theory type things, and you just kind of put it aside in one place in your mind. And then we pop up in this case right here and we start investigating characters that are involved. And I saw the look that was on Cher's face. I saw it because she's seen the same thing that I'd seen. And I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but when I started looking at that stuff this morning, and we weren't even talking about the conspiracy theory symbolism and all that kind of stuff, but it got to the point to where it was just like glaring, and all that stuff that you had set beside from the old conspiracy theory days, it wasn't a conspiracy theory no more. The verbiage that was being used, the pictures that were being used, the acronyms that were being used between these people on their Facebook messages and their likes and things like that on the different photos. It made me go, wow, this is like real creepy.
There's a lot of
Creepy. I mean, for real, it is.
Skin crawling creepy.
Mm-hmm.
This was just based on a couple of, I'm going to say players, Facebooks, or are there other things?
Other things too.
Only a couple that I know of right now. Cher may know more, but I know, well, I just found out about that part of it this morning.
Well, maybe we on the private end, we could talk about that a little more.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, after Jay plays this video, I got a bit of a conspiracy theory I want to float.
Well, I'm not even saying, I'm talking about this video or whatever. I just want to be clear that I'm not saying I think this is a conspiracy with these people that are behind these videos. I mean, I don't know if there is. I
No.
think at the very least it might be kind of an opportunity of some sort. I don't know what yet, but there's something there. Definitely something there. So I'm gonna play this. I want to get your guys' total reaction on this.
Southern Sassy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but she's very upset, and I'm sorry if I
Who is
misquoted
upset?
Southern and Sassy.
Why is she upset?
Saying that there was never any effing 14 people. That's whatever.
Nobody knows. I mean, the only people that know are the people that were there. So
I guess I thought I heard that in an interview with Candace, but not Candace, with Allie.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that too. And actually, Andrew said there was a lot of people. I don't know how many, but
Yeah, Andrew laid them out last night. There was Jose, his wife, Andrew, that's 3. And then there was somebody else that brought like 4 people with them.
yeah, they were in another car. There
So
was a
that
lot
would
of
have been
people.
like
I don't know.
8. He laid them out there.
He did. You can
But
replay the
Maybe
interview.
not 14, so we'll say 10. Okay, that's fair.
Okay,
Right.
so
It's neither tit nor tat.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? I don't know if you are.
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Watch. You got to watch closely though, because they move it fast. You ready?
What the freak?
I'm sorry, but Draw and Mr. Cher's face, priceless. I mean, you had to pick my jaw off the floor.
That is intense.
And that was put out by?
FindSummerWells.com. This is the website for a missing 5-year-old.
Wow.
Very dark.
Wait,
Hold on. Sorry.
Wait, so this was put out by C&D and Jimmy?
Wow.
This is Tim Mullen.
Right,
He is
Jimmy.
Tim. Yeah. Jimmy. Yes, Jimmy. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, see, it's right here. Don Wells Family Official. It was put out yesterday.
Well, that's the video Don sent me. I didn't really watch it. I just said, nice job.
Yeah, I've been watching their stuff for a long time.
Can you do that again?
Yeah, you know, I actually was going to ask you guys if you minded if I just slowed it down just a touch.
No, you
Because-
might have to, because that just
It moves real fast, but if you notice at the end, did you guys hear the weird noises in the background of the music?
Yeah.
Like almost like subliminal shit?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, me and my friend watched it last night, and we watched it the first time, we didn't hear it. Second time, at the very end there, right before it ends, it sounds like it goes, Robin, Robin.
Oh no, I didn't.
You didn't catch it?
Okay, we didn't hear that. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that's what it says, but we both looked at each other the second time. We looked at each other and we're like, what the F was that? Like, that was freaking weird. Okay, I'm going to slow it down. We'll see how it is on that.
What if it's like made to like hypnotize us all or something?
Can you guys still see it?
Yeah.
I need to make it big again. Okay, there we go. Okay, like, what is that? What is that bolt? What does all this mean? Why is it so weird and dark and give me a feeling like I'm going to throw up?
Well, initially when you were played it the first time at the beginning, I'm thinking, is this somebody that's trying to say these are all the things that, when I saw prop the milk up, I thought, wow, that's interesting. But to me, what this is, and what's really interesting, support the Summer Wells. The Summer Wells what? Petition?
Law. And to make it says.
None of that video had Summer in it.
Video. Okay. When I go to a missing child website, when there's a missing child,
yep,
and I see a video like this, I'm shook. I'm like, what? Half of these things I've never even heard said. Number one.
Oh no, every single one I've heard.
Really? I haven't.
Yeah. So to me, it was just a compilation of, I mean. Yeah,
but why are they introducing it so dark? Like, why?
Okay,
you're missing the point of the video.
Yeah, the point is
to shame us.
Exactly.
Oh, I know. We're the evil people in the hoodies. I get it. But whose mind?
People are saying Benny Keys did this.
No. Benny Keys Benny Keys can barely stream, okay? I know who made this.
This is my opinion of
This is A.F. Pennington's work.
A.F. Pennington, yeah.
That's whose work this is.
Who is A.F. Pennington?
A.F. Pennington is their videographer. And I believe that this is all part of a documentary or a show.
Yep.
And nothing more than that. I don't think these people have summer. And I don't think they have anything to do with summer. But I think that they're opportunists. And this is what you're seeing. Tim Mullins has claimed ownership of not only the Wells, Summer, but her story.
Exactly. The last statement on there, the spin.
Wait, hold on. Let Scott talk.
The last statement on there, the spin for cash. That video right there, in my opinion, was Tim Mullen propaganda for his spin for the cash that he's going to make off of this story.
Yeah.
Whether it be in book form or movie form or whatever.
Absolutely. Can I say something else, Scott, on that?
Yep.
Love or hate Jonathan Lee Riches, he went to the door of Tim Mullen's house and his elderly, looked like maybe his mother or relative, answered the door. Okay. They didn't get many questions, to her, with rightfully so. They shouldn't. But she did. It was interesting. They asked, have you ever met the Wells? She said, no, I've never met them. So it's not like this is some close family that has, infiltrated with them prior to Summer going missing. His mother, who lives with him, has never even met them. To me, that is odd. Beyond.
I've said this before this video ever came back. You can go back on my community tab, and I've got a picture of Candace and Tim Mullen. It appears like they're shaking hands. I don't know whether it is, but I put a smart aleck caption above it. Says, "You got a deal." Yep.
All right. So wait.
And this was back in the very first vigils that they had for Summer.
Okay. So stop.
Tim Mullen was in the picture then.
I'm old, guys. I mean, I've got at least 20 to 30 years on all of you. So just bear with this old woman here. I'm back on. Let me tell you where I'm back. I feel it represents, and then you can bring me up to the truth of what was going on. I think this represents a compilation of everything people on YouTube, because every freaking thing that they put, these parents are scumbags, these, they're propping her up on the milk, all of that are things that have been said. So they're putting all of that together, basically saying that all the cash apps and all of that have been to exploit Summer, right? And that this is sort of like an entree film, sort of like a teaser, a trailer of what is to come. But I also feel like they're going to try to go after all the freaking money that people may have made on each of their individual channels, because they're saying that everybody, all these creators have exploited Summer.
That will never happen.
Yeah,
they would have to take every individual person all around the globe to courts, and no, that will never happen.
Yeah.
Plus, we get paid from YouTube. We get paid for our content and our time. I
totally agree with you, but I think that they're trying to jump on the bandwagon here and say we want to cut in this. And I don't know if I'm allowed to mention another creator, Jay. May I, or am I not allowed? It's nothing negative.
No, go ahead.
But I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with Jewels of Thought. Do you know?
She doesn't like me, but yeah, it's okay. Go ahead.
You know what? It's okay, because I just try to listen. I try to glean from everybody.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead.
Well, she had a really interesting thing, and I think this is before this thing came out. She has this idea that Court TV and whatnot has sort of begun to infiltrate into, some of the bigger wiggers, like Chris M and Profiling Evil, they have a relationship on Court TV, and that Vinnie Politan did come on. I saw that this summer on Molly Golightly's, and that this is a total conspiracy theory on her part, that the way they're doing this whole thing with them heels on the ground, and they've got Olivia doing these videos, that this is like almost like they're going to make this into a reality movie.
Yeah.
They may want to, but I don't know about that. I think that they're more likely.
They're going to come off looking pretty shitty.
Stupid.
Well, I think they're going to have to be careful because I think Mullen's going to have his hands in the pie. So
Yeah.
Also, but
That's
so
my
how do
thought.
you interpret this then?
me,
Jay? Yeah.
number one, I want to invite Scott back to have just a panel about Tim Mullen with me. I've done a lot of research on this guy. There's, people are like, oh, it's a big deal. No, this dude, there's a lot to this guy. And you have to look into people. You can't just take it at face value, especially with this case, obviously.
Yeah.
But, this whole thing bothers me, and I will continue to put them where I think they need to be, and it's on blast. And I think it needs to be shown, this narrative that they're trying to spin. This is not the website of Find Summer Wells. I've never seen a website, to find a child with garbage like this.
It looks like they're presenting that this is all on the dark web, and
It's very dark feeling. It's very gross.
Dark feeling, yeah.
It doesn't feel right, is how I want to put it. So all this stuff, all these things. Why would don't you think that John Benet Ramsey's or any other missing child in a high profile case has gotten scrutiny? Have you ever seen them make a backlash video about it?
no. And do you see what Y Crime just put down for you?
No.
I just saw that.
Isn't that interesting?
No, what?
It's a super chat with some writing that I thought was very interesting. Can you pull that up or no?
Oh, yeah. Jay, Tim Skills, videographer, photographer, marketing and advertising, website building, search engine specialist. There's more too. There's musician. You forgot musician. He has a couple albums. I didn't want to get copyright struck. I was going to share the music one night, and we were going to chill out and smoke some weed and listen to it because it's kind of John Denver meets Gordon Lightfoot meets.
Oh, I like that kind of music, but
meets Tim Mullen though. So sorry, you have to throw that factor in there, Dra. But I thought I would share some clips of that one day because it's amazing.
You have to hear him say pumpkins.
Yeah.
He's also a real estate
Yeah, I was going to
agent.
say real estate.
Yes. So when they went to his house, the woman who answered the door said that he got a job and he had to go take some pictures of a house.
Oh yeah.
So he's a jack of all trades, master of none, right?
isn't Tim Mullins the one that's the child goes missing at the Seventh-day Adventist Church?
He wrote the missing child trail. Yes, that's Tim Mullins. Yes.
That to me is
Yes, that is crazy. Yeah.
But how do we know he does that? Because I've never seen him affiliated with
Because it's his
SDA.
name on there. It says written by Tim
right.
Mullins.
Right, you
Oh.
Tim Mullins is the director of
That's right.
whatever you call it. What do you call it? He is the
child,
The risk management
like
or something?
Drills and everything. The drills
Drill.
and everything. That,
Yeah.
Well,
can't
I
think
looked
of the
up
word.
Tim Mullen, and he was also a part of Scott. You might know the name. I can't remember it. It's Happy Something Church, and I think it's there in like Kingsport or something. Happy Meadow or Happy Valley or some shit like that.
Oh.
This dude was like he wasn't like the pastor, but he was one of the, like leader people of this church. I'll send you the link, share. I'll have to look it up again. But I found him affiliated with this other church as well. But it doesn't look like he is anymore.
So it's like completely different than
Totally different denomination, yeah.
Oh wow.
I don't even know if it is a denomination. I'm not sure.
so
That's interesting. Wow.
But he
I
was
heard,
definitely connected to that. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
I heard that he had a drone company or something, and that was the drone that did the flyover for the Wells Family Channel
Yeah, that's
drone
true. Don
footage.
told me that. Yeah.
And
Interesting.
then A.F. Pennington
Yes.
did the editing for it, but they
Yeah.
used the footage from his drones.
Can
Now
we
I
talk?
don't know. I
Can,
haven't verified that, but that's what I've heard.
can we?
How about
Oh,
the
I'm sure it was.
person?
Can we talk about A.F. Pennington for just 1 second?
Okay, but how about the fact that Y Crime says he or she dropped a video for you?
What do you
Okay.
mean? Dropped
Okay.
a video for me.
That's what it said in the super chat at the
I
end.
think they have a video on their channel they made, and
Oh,
they're
yeah,
saying
I
to
didn't know they
watch
had a
it.
channel. I see. Okay,
I
so
think that's what they meant. Yeah, that they dropped one with all that info.
I see. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, Gold.
I don't really know anything personally about A.F. Pennington myself. I just recently, and I mean within the past 2 weeks, even started seeing her name.
Well, let me tell you, I've seen her name since July. So
Yeah, me too. Yep.
this girl, all these people in chat are like, "Oh, she's with Benny. Oh God, I'm so sad she got involved in this." No, this girl's been involved since the word go with Tim Mullen. And let me tell you, she lives in Virginia, right there.
Oh,
And
wow.
remember when Ziggy released the call of Don and Candace, and then Tim calls in, "It's Jimmy,"
Yeah.
and he's an idiot.
Yes.
Okay, in that call, when you listen to the very beginning, he goes, "Chris stopped by," and they're like, "Nope, he didn't come," and he's like, and then Don's like, "Oh, he probably went to the bar." Do you remember that? Did you catch that?
Yep.
So I was like, "Who the hell would Chris be?" You know, I asked Sharon, I'm like, "Have they ever talked about anyone named Chris?" Well, guess who AF's husband's name is? Chris.
Oh,
Coincidence?
Oh,
I don't know.
Whoa.
Yeah, right? So then if you go back, you guys, you look back at her thumbnails, go back in her videos, she was making videos on Summer Wells like the end of June.
yep. I knew her right after Summer went missing, and she was like making
Dude,
pictures and
she
stuff.
had
And
pictures of her that we had never seen.
yeah,
That's,
yeah.
That shit's
that's what I
deep
heard in
right
the
there.
past couple of weeks is
Yep.
that she had stuff like before any of us, she was having all these pictures and stuff.
She had, yeah, because that's where I got a lot of pictures in the beginning. I was like, I'm keeping my eye on this chick. I subscribed. I'm like, there's some connection because no one has those pictures.
Wow.
So I kept my eye on her since then. And now I see this infiltration of Benny, her, all this stuff. It's bizarre. I am just, this whole aspect of it just pisses me off.
So are you like saying there's a hoax going on?
I don't know. It's so ridiculously dishonest that I don't know what to think of it. I don't know how deep it could go. I mean, this guy has them signing non-disclosures.
Right.
What the hell?
Okay, but remember, Tim Mullins said to somebody, okay, and I have to find this text, but I've seen it. There is somebody that is surrounding the walls right now who told Tim Mullins like something, because there was a whole situation back at Dr. Phil's stage. There was something going on behind the scenes with everybody, and we were.
Wait, hold on. Hold that thought, Cher. The picture that A.F. Pennington has, she filled in Summer's missing tooth. You are exactly right. That's why. The ones that you see that are photoshopped, that girl's responsible for it. Sorry, go
so
ahead.
the ones where they take all the dirt off her face and everything?
No, not the ones CM showed, but the ones where Summer's face looks like triple D, like they put like 3 different faces on top to say it's not her.
Oh.
That's her manipulation. She did the same manipulation with her picture of Summer and gave her a full set of teeth. That's all her. It's bizarro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's
Wow.
so weird. Well, Tim, so this person had said to Tim, like, hold on, this is what the situation that happened. I don't want to get too much into it right now, but the situation that happened, this person was like, hold on, Tim, like, what the F? Now that I know that this person's involved, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's lies happening. What's going on? Tim Mullins said to this person, if I was going to tell anyone, it would be you. So Tim Mullins essentially is admitting that the shit that he is spreading out to everybody isn't the truth.
He said that to who, though?
I'm not going to say yes.
Oh.
Okay.
I don't believe anything this
You
guy
know
says. This guy
about
has an
this.
agenda, and he's going to say whatever it takes.
No, I've seen it. I was a part of it at that time, back in the Dr. Phil's days. I was a part of the whole situation then.
But the thing is, like, what? This guy's been involved. See, everybody thinks they got a manager right before Dr. Phil so that they had someone to make them straight for Dr. Phil. That's
Right.
not true. This dude was involved from the word jump. He was hovering over her at that vigil, like almost watching her so she didn't like step out of line or do anything wrong or say the wrong thing.
Stopped him from going to the attorneys I set up. Tim Mullins stopped him because when I said, Don, why did you go to the attorneys? He told me his management said he didn't need them. So now I know that that's Tim Mullins.
Yeah, and I remember hearing that and thinking, he's full of shit. They don't have any manager.
Yeah.
Why would, and that's the thing, like, where
Here's
have you...
another crazy thing for you. Why is it when all of the social media, Molly, Blowhorn Betty, JLR, nothing against, I know if you're friends with JLR, fine.
Mm-hmm. No, he's in that group.
The
Scooby-Doo gang.
That whole crew of social media protesters, knowing that WJHL, which is media, was going to be surrounding the Wells, why is Tim Mullins' Facebook showing him on the way to Texas?
He was
Facebook.
Yeah, he was in Texas. He got there and his friends had COVID, right?
Yep, visiting a friend whose family may be affected by COVID. Who do we know whose son just got COVID?
I said this all along. I'm telling you, like, Betty was in Tennessee. I started piecing it together. When I met Betty, within just a few days or so of Summer going missing, I met him. I saw the plane.
Wow.
He was
You saw the what?
He was in Tennessee.
Stop.
I saw him boarding the plane.
I know you're
and it was like a two-person white
You're
plane.
breaking up a little bit.
Okay, slow down.
I know. Slow down. I know. I get worked up over this too.
Okay, start again.
Benny was in Tennessee. When I met Benny within days of Summer going missing, I met him. He was boarding a two-person plane, a white plane.
Where were you?
I was here.
Well, how do you know he was boarding?
Or in Minnesota. Because of video calling and pictures and stuff.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, no, I met Benny through YouTube.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, we got close quick or whatever. So we were talking and video calling and had each other's personal phone numbers immediately. And I'm telling you, there was a white plane, and I didn't think anything of it until recently. I'm like, holy shit, he was in Tennessee. I can't remember if he was going to Tennessee or had already left Tennessee, was coming back to Texas, but he was there. I'm telling you.
When did you first start talking to him? When was that?
I'll have to go back in all my messages, but it was almost immediately of me starting the case.
It was. Okay. I didn't know how far back you went.
I have to say, July, sometime in July, I'll say.
Did you see this comment?
Mid-year. No, June. I talked to him in June.
AF Pennington. Wait, hang on. Where is it? I keep losing it. Crazy Daisy. AF Pennington has photoshopped so many of Summer's pictures. I commented to her to stop photoshopping months ago. Summer's pictures. People deserve to see her as she is.
So what did AF Pennington respond?
Right. That was my question. Did she reply to you? Or were you not replied to? I have a huge problem with this. And Scott, I know that you have a lot of info and also your thoughts on that. And I would love to talk about just that.
Okay.
Oh, that's another
Oh my
thing that
God.
Tim Mullen has. Tim Mullen has his pilot's license.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I forgot
Oh
about
my-
that. He's a pilot as well.
Yep. I've got to mute out for a sec. I'll be right back.
Well,
Sure.
go ahead, Mark. I feel like Mark has something to say. I don't know why.
It's written on his face.
Yeah, it's that
Mr.
white lie.
Cher, you
Mr.
wear your
White
emotions
lie,
right on
you
your
know.
face.
Oh, they've muted themselves. They're having a little
Okay.
tete-a-tete.
Jay is for Justice podcast 423 Chase started his YouTube channel 2 weeks before as well. Did he? For real?
Wait, honey, you're Miss Cheryl.
You're muted. You're muted. Hold on, let me unmute her.
Oh, you, can
You were
unmute me.
muted. We thought you were powwowing.
We were.
having a tete-a-tete.
Oh, okay. So
Yes, June 4th he started his channel. That's right.
Okay, but was it named 423 Chase or did he change the name?
he changed his name.
Oh, okay. So if he changed it, he did it after Summer went missing. I mean, if he had that name prior to her being missing, I'd be like, whoa.
No, 423 Chase.
No,
that's what
fine.
his
Wait.
first
I
channel was.
want to clear this up. No,
That's
I'm
his
not
first channel.
saying that Benny has anything to do with Summer's disappearance. I just said I don't think any of those people did anything with that. But do I think they're sinister? Hell yes, I do.
So what would be their agenda? Money?
Yes.
Yeah,
Those
absolutely.
people have all had conversations about the reward fund. This is something we have never spoken about what we will do with reward fund because we know we are never touching reward fund. All of these people.
Well,
have had
I
conversations
want to
about
stick
the
to,
reward
but
fund.
I want to stick to what we know for fact, right?
Good.
We know for fact that this Tim Mullen is not a family friend of the Wells. We know for fact that he's not a church friend of the Wells, right? Because we've never
Right.
ever seen him in church service.
I thought he
Or-
was a child gone awry, missing.
Okay,
Tim
we
Mullen's been
know.
all over the world helping different churches do things. So
Right.
no,
Right.
yeah,
We know.
he's
Okay.
right.
So we know he does that, right? He does
Mhm.
all of those things. And then all of these other quote unquote professions. He's got his hands in all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So now you take into consideration he's pulling in people that are on YouTube.
Right.
Okay. Now he's slowly pulling the ones that have talked about Summer's case the most, the ones that are closest, right? So we've got already AF Pennington was already in the works right off the rip. She was already on, Tim on the Tim camp. Then came whomever else he's got already starting off. Then you bring in Benny, right? Now they've got, or I'm sorry, first you've got the Kraken cases signing the NDA.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what other creators, because his wife said there's other creators that signed it that don't want to be named. So there's unknown creators that have also signed NDAs. But we know there's only been a few that have been there, which is Cam, Allie, and Benny.
I think Chasing Truth signed one.
But she's never been to their house.
No, she hasn't.
So my question would be, if there's other creators that have signed them, they're signing them for other reasons because they're not physically there. Right?
I don't know for sure if she signed one, but I heard she did.
Well, Cam's wife said that other creators did, but we don't know of any other creators that go to the Wells property because they said the NDAs are for the property only. Remember?
I assumed, I mean, this is an assumption, but I assumed that a month ago when Molly Golightly went, that and that whole non-disclosure contract thing, I had assumed that it was they that had to sign it. And
No. Let me explain what's going on here. Okay. So Tim Mullen has anybody who comes to that property who's welcome there, because not everybody's welcome.
That's the caveat.
The people that are planned to come there, when they come there, like Cam and Allie said, we only met him for 10 minutes. We signed the NDA and that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
So they met him, signed it, and they're cleared for the property because they've signed it. Right. So we know Benny probably signed it because he's there.
Yeah. He did.
And Cam and Allie have openly talked about it, that they said there's a couple other creators who don't want to be named who have also signed it. But then in the same breath, Cam says, well, the NDA is only to protect the Wells property, that anything that we, do or see there is protected, like any videos, things like that. Well, why are other creators signing NDAs? What's in it for them? Why are, and secondly, my other question that goes along with that is, if you're a creator and you're going to the house signing an NDA, why are you even going live? Because you can't talk about anything that you're finding out anyways.
Well, how about 423 Chase maybe signed one?
He may have signed one. Yep, he could be one. But why wouldn't they want to name him? At this point, he's dirt, right? Didn't he?
Because Benny, meanwhile, was didn't he go to McDonald's recently or something with 423 Chase?
See, isn't it weird how he starts to kind of infiltrate with these guys too? And then it's like, I don't know. I just slowly watch the creators that slowly start to lean towards God. That's all I'm going to say. Watch someone who would go live, raw, unedited, fuck this, fuck that, cigarette after cigarette, and now it's holier than thou. It's you gotta really watch.
Remember how he started texting me at the end of our friendship? It was always, Cher, you're steering off the path, and this is not the way God wants us to go. And he started preaching to me and how I was steering off the course, and then that was the end of our friendship.
Go to creators' channels. Look at their titles. Look at their thumbnails. Look if there's any changes.
That's a good thing, Jay.
Now,
that's a good point.
Crack and Cases is always touted, their religion. That's not going to be something new. But if you see somebody who is infiltrated, look at how they've changed.
Yeah.
Look at the change in them and ask yourself why. And look at who they've come to the defense of, okay? You see how Gray Hughes act. I'm sorry, I usually don't do this, but it pisses me off. And I'm sorry, I know you listen to everybody, so I just want to say this is only my opinion and my opinion only.
No stake in this game.
But this Gray Hughes, I've known him for 3 years on YouTube, and he has been rude to me for 3 straight years, and I give him chance. You saw firsthand. I had one with him tonight. I'm like, why do you keep doing this? Okay, that is the Gray Hughes that everybody knows. He is condescending and he's rude. And that's just Gray's thing. Gray, the only person that he is decent to besides his partner is Cam. Why? Why is he calling Cam, giving him advice? Don't worry about the haters. What? And then you're going to come in and troll me and disrupt my live. It doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense, there's something behind it. And I'm sorry. I know you guys like all these creators, and I'm not saying anything about their content. Their content is great. Everybody's wonderful.
I follow Gray Hughes, so I just was looking at his.
They're all talented, but I'm going to tell you something. There's more to it. Gray Hughes does not support people just because he's a nice guy. It's just not who he is on the tubes. I don't know who he is personally, but that's not typical Gray to call people while they're live and give them a pep talk and go in their lives and pep talk them. It's just not his MO.
What is your thinking then, Jay, on that?
I'm thinking that him and Chasing have been infiltrated into the Tim camp, or Chasing has, and he wants to be there. That's my 2 theories on that. Sorry. I'm sorry. I really just have to be honest. This has been on my brain for months now.
And you're crazy in thinking that, Jay.
It bothers me, man. And now I start to see these little changes.
Yeah.
Doing God's work. You think that video we just watched is God's work? When I think of God's work, that's not what I see. I don't see that. As ugly as they even think we are on YouTube, I would think they would counter that with kindness, with love for their daughter, for the missing little girl. I would never want my 5-year-old missing little girl associated with that dirty, nasty video that they put on their website. And it pisses me off. Summer deserves better.
Does.
All right, so let's back up. I mean, I'm open to really hearing it all, so I'm okay. It just takes a
Yeah,
lot.
I love you, but we're gonna hop off of here.
Okay.
My mouth hurts.
Oh dear, bless your heart. Okay.
But I love you. Thank you for inviting us up, and we'll be listening.
All right. Love you, girl. You look beautiful. Bye,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cher. You look pretty
Bye.
too.
Bye, Scott. Bye, Jay.
Next time I want your
Bye.
beard braided.
Yeah. Oh, it's longer now. Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Love you. Bye.
Love
Bye
you.
bye.
See ya.
Okay. I'm taking deep breaths, Straw.
Okay, so let's back up. Let's
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
as the kindergartner of my next door colleague at work came home one night and the mother was getting upset. He said, "Mommy, smell the flowers and blow out the candles." So at work we always say now when we get upset, smell the flowers and blow out the candles. Okay. So here's my thing, Jay. My thing, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Or are you just smelling the flowers? Okay.
Oh no, I'm no, I'm absolutely. It's just weird because when I go on camera, I'm like, I don't know why it's split like that.
I do too. I'm halfway in and halfway
I know.
out.
I'm gonna try to change it now that we have 3. Maybe I can make it like that again.
that's
Oh, there we
better.
go. Okay.
Yes, there we go. Okay, so my thing, let's back up and I'm trying to understand your thinking.
Okay, because this is many months of research and
That's
thoughts and things. So go ahead.
Your idea is that, first of all, with all these background thoughts that you've been having for many months, did you throughout these many months believe that truthfully something happened to Summer? Apart from going public, making money and all that, do you think that the day started on the 15th of June and something truly happened and now people are jumping on the bandwagon?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, to me, there are 2 options. Number one, this was a hoax the whole time. It was a hoax, and Summer never actually really went missing, and that there are a lot of people that have behind the scenes to create this sort of thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And make a film and and it's all bullshit.
See, and this is why I hate this theory, because it takes me in places I don't want to go, because it's so weird, because I think it's possible even what the 2 theories you're saying, there's a third.
Okay, what's the third?
Okay, what if the third is that the wells are being set up, that they don't realize, they think that the team Tim is helping them, right?
Right.
But really they're not, and they have an ulterior motive, and the wells don't get it.
That's where I'm at, Jay.
Okay, then Scott, do you think Team Tim jumped in to, we say in Spanish, aprovechar, to take advantage of what happened? This little girl missing?
I do not think that Tim had anything to do with Summer missing.
Right.
I do not think Benny Keys had anything to do with Summer missing.
Me either.
I've never even remotely even considered that. But I do think that they saw an opportunity. Tim saw an opportunity, and he jumped in.
Para engañar.
I'm like Jay.
Get over on
I think that Tim is going to take the Wells for a ride, and when he's done with Benny, he's going to kick Benny gone, and Tim is going to, there you go, Jay, break it in.
Benny's going to be gone. All these people that signed the NDAs are going to mean freaking nothing.
Yep.
Look at this. Some
And
Bambios.
the Wells are going to be standing there, and trust me, you all know I'm not one to defend the Wells.
And they're going to be standing there like this.
They're going to be standing there, and they're still going to have a missing child.
And
But
all this time passed.
To be exploited more by the person that they're putting the most trust in, far more than any of us could ever do to them.
Yep.
Bambi says at 10:05 she thinks, in her opinion, that Tim Mullins wants the Wells' property, and that when Don and Candace confess, he's going to go in for the kill, so to speak, on getting the property. I don't even know.
I've heard that theory. I don't know if you'd want the property, but
Yeah.
Scott can probably more attest to something like that. But I also, I wanted to ask you, Scott, before I forget, do you know where the new STA church is being built? Because I heard in one of their services, and yes, I'm sick and I freaking watch them because I learn things from them, but they're breaking ground
I did
on
not know that.
a new church. They've raised, and listen, I went to the Georgia, like they're under the Georgia umbrella of whatever the Seventh Day region.
Right.
And they had a goal of like $300,000 that they were raising for their new church, and they've exceeded $600K.
From where?
Doesn't say. It's in their little thing, and it's like they're like praising, Pastor Dave for exceeding his donation quota and da da da, and they were at 600,000 and climbing. And I was trying to find a date, and those people don't have any dates on any of their their articles on their website. So I was like, was this started before or after summer got gone? When did the fund go from a $300,000 goal to where they're still taking donations at 600,000? What is going on? I just thought that was weird. So Scott being there, I thought, well, maybe you'd see like if they were breaking ground on a new church, because they were talking about just a couple weeks ago in their service, we're going to be breaking ground. It's going to be exciting, but they never said anything about the location.
Okay. Now I could check into that and get back to you, through email or something like that.
Okay, cool.
Because I know for, all my moderators are in here. I see them, so I'm sure they're taking notes and everything. So I'm sure they're jotting things down.
Transcripts,
Like,
man.
We're going to look into that.
Transcripts. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Heather Lynn, she was in here earlier. She's got the rest of the transcripts done. She emailed me tonight.
That's a great feature for real.
Yeah. What is it? What that they type as they go along or something?
No, you can download. You can get the transcript from a video, so it's all in text.
Right, like subtitled, and then you can turn that into a transcript. No,
like
I'm not sure. However,
the interview that Jay did with Andrew Hiltz the other night, Heather Lynn transcripts that.
Okay.
The interview that Jay did with Dudley, transcript. The one that he did with Sweetie Pilo, transcript. All this stuff, she transcribes all that stuff so that we can go back and look.
And you read through it, yeah, because then it makes you catch things you may not have heard when people were saying it. It's interesting.
You know where to go look when you have a question. You know where to go look.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can make notes on written paper, inconsistencies, and then
which ones? These are your mods.
This is actually just a subscriber of mine that reached out to me in the comment section, and I had her on as a guest on one of my shows last week, and she's been really cool about wanting to work. Matter of fact, I said just a little while ago I'd like to get together again, and she was like, "Fine, let's do it. I'm looking forward to it." So
yeah, it's amazing. Somebody just said that. Oh God, oh shoot.
Ms. Obvious, there's a lot of people in chat. We certainly can't answer everybody. I mean, it's hard enough to answer the ones that we're answering. So another thing that's odd, Dra, that you might not know about Tim Mullins or Mullen, I don't know. Is it plural? Is it not plural, but does it have an S, Scott? Is it Mullen?
Mullen, Tim Mullen.
Okay, Mullen.
Mullen.
Okay, so then I'm going to call him Mullins because it'll probably annoy him. So, so Tim Mullen, wait, I know, you guys. I slowed it down some more. I'm sorry.
It's incredible. And yeah.
This is just a big, this is a big case. Okay, now I can't remember what I was going to say, damn it.
Tim Mullins.
I know, what did you say before that, Scott? Yes. You were saying something, I think. Shoot. I'm trying to read everybody's chats, and it's all over the place. Like, I'm seeing Jody Sue, then I'm seeing Allie, and it's like, I can't keep it straight. Help me, try.
Okay, so here's the thing. What you said you had some other little piece of a little nugget about Tim Mullen that you wanted to share with me so that I could come up to speed.
Oh, yes. A thing in chat. Yeah, thank you. A comment in chat triggered my memory.
Okay.
Someone said, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, Don's mother married a goad, right?
Yes.
Goad.
Yes.
And if you go to Tim Mullen's, like, been verified, one of his aliases is Jim Goad.
Goad. That's what somebody just said.
So, yeah, what's the dealio there? And why does he laugh and say, oh, I don't know if you guys have been to his Facebook. Now listen to this. This is another thing. Okay. So he has a Facebook that he has made besides the Find Somewhere Wells that they run, or his cronies run. Because I don't think he does anything. I don't think he lifts a finger on any of this. He's got all these people like little ants doing everything for him while he's traveling and doing his shit. So while they're, doing all of this, he's made a new Facebook called like Manager Wells Family or some shit like that. And he says, I will answer any questions you have. All you have to do is, leave a message here, comment or whatever. So it was stupid. He's not answering anything. He's being a jerk. He's being condescending. He's being just a dick. And it's like, you're running the campaign for a missing 5-year-old. So I messaged him privately on there and I said, hi, Mr. Mullen. I was very polite. Hi, Mr. Mullen. Told him who I was. I have this podcast. I'm covering the Summer Wells case. I have a lot of questions. Obviously I could send those to you first, so you know what I'm going to ask you. Would you please come on in? We don't have to do it live. We can do it recorded. Whatever you want to do. I just want to ask you these questions. And he wrote me back and said something in so many words like, hey, Jay, I'm not really an interview kind of guy, but you can find the answers to your questions on this page. And I was like, wow, that's transparency, right?
This is weird.
It gets weirder, Draw. You want me to blow your mind a little bit more? I feel like Scott now. I'm going to be Scott. Do you want me to blow your mind a little bit more?
There's somebody else in your chat that said,
thank you, vet girl.
With some sort of conviction that the church indeed wants to build the church on their 11.5 acres.
I thought of that too. Okay, so the reason why I thought maybe the SDA church had a little... I thought maybe they'd want to do something there. Maybe not the main church if they're already breaking ground, but possibly maybe like a camp or something that they would do. Only because I wonder why the church would be so instrumental in helping them redo that house. Right? I mean, who's paying for that shit? Who's paying for those remodels that they're doing? I mean, we all know that building supplies are not cheap right now. No. There is like supply and demand problems. And these people are redoing this home. It doesn't make sense.
Hang on just a second there. Let me answer somebody in chat there.
Sure. I'm going to go grab a pop.
Yes, Nita. I did mention to Jay about what we were talking about this morning, and she said definitely we'd get together and look at those pictures and stuff for sure. But yes, definitely.
This is unbelievable. But this website that was initially formulated that was rather rustic, so to speak, in the first few days, Find the Summer Wells. Remember that, Scott? It was very sort of what I call rustic. They had these self-made little things. This is very, very professionally done. It's increíble. And it says media contact, news, flyers. It's unbelievable. But somebody in chat about a half an hour ago said they think that Candace and Don are so naive in a certain manner that they may not recognize that they're being completely taken advantage of by this Tim Mullen at all.
Well, I mean, not to sound condescending to them or anybody, but they have been taken advantage by from a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate in a way. It's fortunate in a way because we've got more information, but it's unfortunate in a way because, they are humans.
Right. Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry. I had to wet my whistle, guys. And when you start talking about this side of things, it really angers me because we really can't do a whole lot about the investigation into Summer's disappearance, but we damn sure can do a lot about the information and how it's displayed to the public. And to have this guy just step in and infiltrate this entire just listen to Ziggy's call when he calls the Wells and he has no idea that Ziggy's on the line with Don. Right?
What date was that?
That was just the beginning of December.
Okay, beginning of December.
And this is, we're talking about a couple who their children have been taken away from them and they want to get them back, right? And what do we have? Substance abuse problems. We have domestic violence problems, just to name the first two,
and
right? But he calls them, right? And Ziggy's on the line. He doesn't know. And they're joking about, Donnie says bring him some whiskey. And he's, ha, ha, ha. There's nothing funny about this, right? There's nothing funny about the Wells drinking. They're alcoholics. They've had their children removed and they're abusers. There's not one damn thing funny about that, Tim Mullen. Not one thing. Then they go on to joke about beating each other up. And he laughs and says, I hope you got good footage of that. Is this a man who wants to find Summer Wells?
That's a question I've asked my moderators a lot. Why would somebody with a seemingly, in air quotes here, seemingly clean record involve themselves with that kind of a disaster?
Well, I always assumed that he had been farmed out, so to speak, from the Seventh-day Adventist.
I've never seen him affiliated with that religion.
But But he's the one. Isn't he the one, Tim Mullen, that is in charge of the National Seventh-day Adventist?
That's what Cher found. I haven't seen it.
I've seen it.
Where is it? Because I want to see it. Because I don't think I've seen that with his name on it. I've seen like the website, like their global website where they have like their, risk management program and things like that. But I've never seen anything that he wrote.
I'll send it to you later.
Okay, cool. Another thing that
Jay, I saw it, but I never paid attention to whether, he wrote it or not.
Yeah, me too. Because I was blown away by the content in it. I was just like, what is this shit?
Yeah, it's incredible. It is, but I've been following.
I love when you talk like that.
Incredible, impresionante, impactante. Yeah.
I'm about to blow your mind a little bit more, though.
Okay, continue. I'm sorry, I'm just talking away.
Okay.
Sorry.
I know you're making notes. I love it.
You see me? I'm like, what?
No, I know. So, I don't know, Dra, do you look at the website often, or have you?
Wells?
Yes.
No. I actually don't.
Okay, I don't think a lot of people do.
It makes me nervous for some reason. There's something.
Yikes! Really?
Weird. Yes, it makes.
It gives you a weird feeling.
It makes me feel like like you can just look at these two pictures here.
Mhm.
She is a poster child for something more nefarious. I can't explain it.
Yeah, the pictures bother you, like just the way it's set up.
Both, and then so the very first day that I ever heard about this case, and I saw this on the Drudge Report or something, I clicked on, and there was a picture, a photo of Summer Wells, and it's the one where she's smiling right there, but she had a little bandana on.
Mhm.
I thought, oh my God, that's so sad. A little missing child who has cancer. Oh, that's horrible. I mean, the whole way, this whole presentation of her has just felt exploitative to me.
Yeah, it's never felt
one.
like a typical missing child case.
Nope. So are you going to slam me with something else?
Oh, yeah, it has nothing to do with that. Okay.
No, yeah.
All right. So let's go back here.
Whoa. Jay disappeared, Dr. Latina. It might just be me and you.
Yeah, no. I thought, oh God. Oh,
hey, we've got our channel. We can do whatever we want.
I've got a channel now. Oh, Lord. This is just, this is incredible. This whole thing. I just saw somebody. Oh, it says Crisscross Applesauce says she'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And everybody in chat, I know that I see a lot of people asking me stuff where there's so many people in here. Jay's got the chat on slow motion. So after I send out one chat, it takes a while before I can send out another one. It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just, and by that time, so many people have chatted.
Yeah. I just saw somebody right now who said that she's an escort in Tennessee. Now it's gone away from me here. Yes. This person says, oh, dang it. I've got a new computer. Oh my Lord. Do you still see me? Oh, here.
Yeah, I still see
I have a brand new computer. I don't know how to work it yet, really, to scroll. She says that she's an escort in, damn it, I'm looking underground info, meow. I'm looking underground. What? And maybe it's the same thing over and over. Where the hell was this? That she said she was an escort in Tennessee. Here it is. Madison O'Hare. Who knows if this I've never seen this person before. Oh no. Damn it. Did you see that? Because it's the chat's taking it away from me. Here. I'm looking underground for info on Summer. I'm an adult escort, and I have a great client in Tennessee. Dang it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Tidbit.
I left my own stream.
Each time, how these white-collar professionals take these young girls in for grooming.
Hey, you guys are lucky I came back.
We were wondering what the heck happened to you.
I don't know. I got booted.
Oh,
they came in and they said, you're not on there. I said, oh, shit. I thought I lost my connection. They're like, no, they're on there. You're not.
Did you see this Madison O'Hare at 10:22?
No, I didn't see anything. I got booted.
Okay, she says, I'm looking underground for info on Summer. I am an escort. I'm an adult escort, and I have a great client in Tennessee. It keeps moving on me. I'm getting tidbits each time how these white-collar professionals take these girls, young girls in for grooming. That's interesting. It would be really.
It is. And you know, that's the thing too, like the trafficking, there's usually a lot of money, a lot of rich men involved in that. So I don't know what part I cut off. Was it when I was on the main page?
Yes, you're on the main page, but I've lost her name again. Oh well.
I'm gone? Yeah, I will in a second. Can you see me? I shouldn't be gone.
Yeah, you're there.
Oh, okay.
On.
Oh, I thought you said I was gone. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys now what I was saying. Okay, so up here, it's like, obviously the Wells family information site, the official. If you look here, there's a link for a second tips email.
Uh-huh.
And it says tips to find a secondary email for fact-based tips to find summer through PI. And up at the top it says September 29th, but like they deleted whatever blog post that was and put it up there to make it look like it was posted on September 29th, but it really was posted on November 8th. If you see right here,
Yep.
see that? The original post they had here is gone. So they made it appear like they put it there back then. Why? I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to pull. But let's read what this secondary tips email is about. So it says, we have many true friends that are helping us. A hired professional private investigation company has set up an extra tip email. We heard some people are afraid or nervous to contact the TBI or FBI type organizations. The PI company will proof these tips and then send them as a middleman. And that is Tim Mullen's signature right there. Those little quotes. He puts those around certain words, and pay attention to the things he writes and what he puts quotes around. Okay. Because he referred to Summer Wells and put, if someone sees her, in those little quotes. What does that mean, Tim Mullen? If in case someone sees her. What is that? The PI company will proof these tips and then send them as a middleman to the TBI. So we're trusting that the public is trusting that this paid PI paid by who knows who is going to proof the tips and then send them to law enforcement. Okay, this is the secondary email address. This is only for real tips based on facts. No speculations, visions, or those kinds of tips. Now, it's summerwellstips@charter.net.
Mm-hmm.
There's your secondary email address.
This is incredibly amazing that they're doing all this, hundreds of thousands, if not thousands of tens of thousands of dollars in graphics and marketing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now let's take it a step further. Okay, let's go to. Let's see. Let's visit their links, shall we? Media contact, approved media resources, and news contact information. So these are the approved videos that you are allowed to watch when it comes to this case. Okay, and these are approved by them. And they have another thing, media@findsummerwells.com is a media contact for news agencies, shows, interviews, and media interested in contacting the Wells family should use this address. Scott, who do you think that goes to? You know that one's going right to Mullen's email box.
You see the Friends video of a letter to Summer? Are you? I don't know if this you have this really on. Are you able to see who is that?
I'm not even looking at chat.
All right. Okay.
I'm knee deep in this shit show.
Okay. No, it's not a chat. It's on the website.
Oh, where is it?
Okay, look at videos that are approved.
Oh,
Dr.
Friends
Phil.
Video.
Who is that? Who is that?
Oh,
I'm
let's
curious.
check it out.
Is it a creator? Because
It's-
a bunch of people have written.
It's AF Pennington, man. This is AF. Look at, she's hashtagged. It's
Where?
AF Pennington right here. See?
No.
She's. Ooh, someone made a video. Did you make the logo or not? Someone's calling her ass out already.
Wait, I can't even see it. Where'd you press it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go full screen.
Oh, I guess I have to. Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't switch. I'm sorry.
What am I doing?
No, it's me.
Okay.
It's this program. I'm not used to it. That's all.
I can't believe that you've allowed me the.
I'm just going to share my whole
privilege
screen.
of
Fuck it.
coming up here to
Do-
sit on your panel for so long tonight.
Do what?
I'm so grateful that
Oh.
you've allowed me to come up on your panel for.
Well,
such a long.
I'm grateful that you're here. I mean, this is something that I absolutely love talking about because every time I dig into this part of it, I find something new and no one is noticing it. And I'm so glad to be able to talk about it with you guys because a lot of people are just like, oh, it's no big deal. Like, but they haven't looked at it. Like they've looked at it, but they haven't seen it, you know?
Right.
So
I
yeah,
just
that's
read
her. So you should be able to now see the video. This is what I was talking about. See, she's hashtagged AF Pennington. But it's on the Don Wells family official. Shall we watch it?
I'm curious. I want to. This is weird.
I'm down with it.
Oh no, this is bizarre. I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, it's on normal. All right, let's play sound with it.
Yes, please do.
Okay, here we go. This is Candace Wells' letter to Summer Wells. Okay?
Yep.
Let's roll that footage. And we begin with the sinister intro that turns into a panther with eyes.
Is there any audio or no?
You can't hear it?
I can't.
No, I can't either.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. It's blaring in my ears. Damn. I'm surprised you couldn't hear it through my mic. It was so loud. You guys can't hear that. Okay, I'm just going to have to share that one screen. I don't know how this stuff works. I shared the entire screen, but I guess it didn't share audio with it. Let's try this again. Oh, trust me, it's worth the wait. I can't guarantee you'll be able to sleep tonight after seeing all this stuff, but it's a little creepy.
I'm going to have a little vodka after this.
Right. Smoke them if you got them, peeps.
I don't smoke, but I might have a stiff.
Oh my God. Okay, let me rewind it. We'll start from the beginning. I wouldn't want you to miss any of this footage.
To find you.
Okay, here we go. Now this is, again, thank you for this beautiful video. Candace Wells' letter to Summer Wells. And this is hashtagged AF Pennington, Summer Wells, and Candace Bly Wells. See, there you have your little, like that other video. Notice the similarities.
Interrupt 110 Bean Hill Road off of Beach Creek. Should be the first residence on your right. Reference to a missing 4-year-old.
4-year-old.
Hang on. In the private, and I won't. Hang on, I got to find out where it is. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, let's see what other things they have on here.
Yeah, very interesting. But
I mean,
my spelling typos, but whatever.
I got it. Let's see. All right, let's go back. I think I might have to re-share. I don't know how to do that. Scott probably needs to teach me.
You see what Mimi just wrote?
He's the streaming fool. No,
funny.
I didn't. I can't see the chat. Go ahead and read it.
No. The water is the answer.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah. I don't know if that's A2 or no. I don't know if that's the same Mimi. But anyway.
Can you guys see the website again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good call on clicking that. Oh, here you go, Scott. Here's the drone.
Let's go ahead and look at that.
Yeah, let's take a gander. This is hashtagged Summer Wells, Find Summer Wells, and Don Wells. And they've laid the banner in the middle of the trail. Is that the trail or their driveway?
This is so weird.
Their driveway.
Oh, that's okay. That's the bottom of the driveway going up.
I don't see anything, but okay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you hadn't changed it. I just know the video.
Oh, my God. Really, Scott? I'm like, oh, yeah, they're all watching with me.
I probably shouldn't have answered that until you got it changed.
Oh, my gosh. I can't even run this stream thing.
I totally agree with you, Dixie Kane. That's why maybe they're saying it's a friend's video. of a letter to Summer. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, it said Candace's letter to Summer.
Correct.
And that was A.F. Pennington narrating that.
Right.
She's British.
Right. No,
she's British.
It says a friend's video of a letter to Summer. It's interesting that she doesn't say.
No, because she didn't post it. The Don Wells family is pretending like someone emailed it to them and said, "Here, this is for Candace." This is a letter. Yes. But it really was their camp doing it themselves, but they tried to play it off like we have all this support that someone's going to make this video that has, pictures and video of our daughter that no one's ever seen. So it makes not a lick of sense.
No,
sorry.
That's why I was saying friends video. That's what my point was. It's not a friends video.
Okay. Right, exactly. Okay, now can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
No.
You can't see the Summer Wells website?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're supposed to be looking at.
Okay.
Oh, no, we were looking at drones.
Yeah,
you guys are killing me, man.
God.
I got 5 tabs open.
Wait a minute.
Ah! Okay, let's try this again. Thank you for your patience, you guys.
Said I'm being rude.
Oh, Jesus.
Block them. No. Towards rude as F, towards this Pennington.
What? Oh, that I am?
No, Doctora Latina.
You haven't even said anything. You don't even know who she is.
Doctora Latina, you're being so rude against A.F. Against A.F. Pennington.
No, that was me talking. That was me talking about A.F. Pennington.
Wow.
Oh, go kick rocks, Benny Hees. Okay, now can you see?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now we're gonna. All right. See the little thing down there? Put packages here.
Yes.
What are those things, Scott? What are those blue things all over the place there?
They're used to. I think those were covers for a long time ago. Covers for when they would run underground power service.
Oh, okay. Like conductor things?
Well, it would cover like where all the underground electrical lines would go. But I don't think they actually have underground power there. I think that's what they were.
Okay, I just asked because there was one up by the house and Chris M said to Candace, "What's that?" And she's like, we put trash in it. And I was like, What is that thing though? Okay, let's go ahead and watch the footage.
Here you go.
There's the banner. Now you can see it. Mm-hmm. And this is probably Tim Mullins. Tim Mullins behind the drone footage. Nice job, Timothy.
Is there audio on this one or no?
Not yet.
Okay.
I think they just probably creepily throw it in at some point. Here you go. I think it's... Why is there no sound? Is this a quiet video, Scott? It might just be because it's drone. Maybe he just put his drone footage in there with no...
Thank you, Jelly Beans. Thank you, Jelly Beans. That's nice.
Yeah, this is just the drone, just to show the property and stuff.
Oh, let's see.
And there's still leaves on the trees when he did this, so I don't know at what point Tennessee gets their colors, but...
Sarah Esip said, "I thought Nerdy Addict did this video."
That's what I thought too. The guy from isn't he on Twitter or?
I knew Nerdy Addict did do drone, but I didn't know it was this one.
He may have done that one.
Look how pretty that is.
Beautiful.
Glorious. Oh my gosh! See what a waste to have them on the top of that hill. Like you could have like kick-ass house there. Just what a beautiful piece of property.
Or a brand new church.
Yeah. Camp.
Or
I heard that mentioned somewhere and I can't remember where. It might have been Share. I mean, there's just been so much information all over the place, but I thought I heard something about that. But I found it really interesting when I heard that the church was in fact breaking ground and they were all excited. And I was like, God, it's the middle of winter. How does that work around there, Scott? I mean, I'm from Michigan. I know in the winter, like there's frost laws, but how does it work there with building and stuff?
Oh, they'll build year round as long as they can.
Do they?
They'll put antifreeze in the concrete and in the cement for laying the block and brick and everything.
Look at all that shit.
it's incorrect. Yeah, blonde. Darn it! I read what you said. Jilly Beans, I read what you said. Thank you very much. Blonde said something that I don't know. Something that was very interesting, and now I've lost it.
Interesting angle of Grandis's camper too. Looking from this angle versus Chris McDonough's footage.
Yeah.
I know. I was trying to picture like exactly how everything was set up on the property, and this really helps. Because Summer's swing, which I didn't realize before, I pictured her swing to be like on the opposite side of Grandis's camper, like over here on the other side of the house where all the grass is, but it's kind of more up
by
this tree. Uh-huh. Yeah. So it's right in the front yard. Right? Because isn't that where you pull up from the road where the red car is?
Right.
Or do you come up the other way? Oh no, you come up this way. Over.
You come up that way, wait a minute, and go around. But if somebody would be taking her, they would have gone right in front of Grandis's trailer. If you're right, yeah.
Right, unless they gave him a lawn job and drove through the yard. I mean, if you pull up there, I don't know what it's like, just beyond this. Let's see. I just was surprised. I didn't realize that it was set up like that. It's different how I pictured it.
I know I'm sorry to interrupt, but the person that I whose name I've completely forgotten now said that Josh Diaz from the lab wrote a beautiful, beautiful letter to Summer Wells. Mm-hmm. And he did that months and months ago. And then this came out not too long ago, that letter. And it's really like a copycat in a way.
Oh, so they didn't publish his and say this is from a friend. Oh,
right.
I see. Only the ones in their camp get their videos published. Just like Benny Keys when he does his Q&As with Donald Wells. Those are handwritten by Tim Mullen. There is no questions on there. And Benny Keys pulled up with a bullet point. Oh my gosh, Drew, we have so much to talk about. He pulled up his bullet points that Tim Mullen sent, to keep him on track during their Q&A session. And he showed it on the screen. Like, I don't think it was for everyone to see.
I don't think it's
So I was just like, this is camp, Camp Tim. I mean, Jimmy Goad. I mean,
yeah, Jimmy.
You just can't make this up, but it's just so bizarre. You can't ignore it either.
Well, do y'all remember when Don was on somebody's channel? I don't even know whose, and he was sitting on, we'll say, the commode, also known as the crapper.
Yeah. The crapper.
Whatever they call it. Do you remember that Benny then read a letter of thank you or something?
Sure do.
Written by Don. And Don going, and then he says, and thank you to Benny. And he goes, oh, yes, says Don. I don't even think Don wrote that.
Draw, watch that again. That video of Don on the pot.
Yeah.
Because I watched it, and the last time I watched it, a lot of people pointed out something to me that I didn't realize. They said that he was possibly shooting up.
Oh, yeah.
And I did not realize that. I was shocked. No. I was like on a freaking live.
Right. Oh, no.
His veins were popping out of his head.
No, he was like off in La La Land. But no, because a lot of times when people,
look at this comment right here. Hold on a second.
After they shoot up. And then you can see when it hit. Thank
you for validating that for me, Dr. Latina. I've tried to explain that.
Yeah. And then
when you shoot a big load of dope like that, everything in your body, especially when you're shooting heroin or something, everything, your bowels included, will relax, and
you're just,
they know that's going to happen, so they go ahead and sit down on the toilet and shoot their bowels empty instead of doing it all in their pants.
Right. So, but then at the time that he's sitting on the commode, this is what we he's shooting up, and then you can see the minute that he gets it in his bloodstream, he does something like almost like orgasmic. I hate to say it that way, right? And that's when he takes the dump.
Yeah.
Oh, nasty.
It's
See, I didn't even see that when I first watched it. I literally thought he was like sitting down to pee. That's how naive I am to this, okay?
That's all right.
I admit it. I'm naive to this stuff.
Confession, I don't know this because I've ever done it, but
Right. But it took someone pointing it out, and then I looked at it. I was like, "Ooh, God!" I didn't pick up on that. But no, they're saying this isn't Nerdy's because he didn't go that low. Because remember, they were gonna get him in trouble because
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But look at that mattress. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, why would they even film that?
Yeah, this is on their website for support for the Wells. I mean, would you not think you're the butt of some joke?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah, right.
Like
I can tell you, one of my moderators has got a dog, and she sent out a bunch of pictures of stuff. Her dog has got a cleaner, nicer bed than that mattress.
Oh, it's disgusting. And I don't even want to know what it is.
I don't either.
I mean, okay, just to kind of bounce back on the whole, neglect issue that we were talking about. I mean, if you look at the basement alone, she was supposedly, like, one of them said that her room was down there, or I think Candace talked out of both sides of her mouth. She said to Chris M., he said, well, where's Summer's room? And she said downstairs. But then when they went down there, she also said that she shares that room, which I don't even know with a 9-year-old boy. Right. But I don't even know if you call it a room because it was all kind of one down there.
Playroom. She called it the playroom. She went down to play with her toys in the playroom. Yeah.
But that was her bedroom.
Right. It was nasty. And the biggest, most profound aspect of that entire film inside that Chris took was when his wife, I don't know who took the video, and Chris, there's the swing, how symbolic.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris looked around, then he looked at that mattress. If you go back, I was so struck by this, and Chris looked up and he said to Candace, at the moment he looked at that mattress on the floor, Jay, and Chris said, I understand everything about Summer now.
Yes.
And I thought, yeah, you do. I think it smacked him in the face.
He knew exactly what was going on. Yeah. Right? Yeah. That's always hit me too when he said that. I understand her now. And Candace is just, she doesn't get it. She says, oh yeah, okay. Just goes on with it.
Well, back to the neglect thing for Gray. Where do you think those sheets like that were on that bed in the basement, do you think they got like that in one night?
I would say maybe in 1 to 2 years.
Right. So where was the lack of or the no neglect in that moment? That house was still a freaking mess. The bed was still nasty.
Oh, and let's not forget that Candace expects everyone to believe that her time that afternoon was spent doing laundry. Folding it and putting it away. I mean, this can't get more obvious and ridiculous at this point. To carry on this facade with this. I mean, look at these videos that these people are putting out. It's just it's not right.
It's he was asking, well, there wasn't neglect at that instant. Parents aren't required to watch their kids every second of the day. Well, in most normal functioning households, they are required to have clean bedding.
Well, that is true.
Food, water.
Right. And let's talk about the missing. Let's talk about the missing boy that was found today, Scott. You don't see anyone bitching or moaning about those parents because they lost track or the grandma lost track of him. He was found safe. No one's going after them. No one's saying anything. This isn't about keeping eyes on Summer.
Right.
This is about much, much more than that.
Look at Michael Vaughn up in Idaho. Do you see anybody going after them like that?
Mm-mm.
No. Why? Because the parents were cleared that day.
Right. Yeah.
Brandy was cleared and her husband were cleared that day.
Yep. There's no reason for him not to be, right? If you didn't do anything. Why haven't the wells been cleared? Look, they even went so far to put this banner on their roof. Who's going to see that?
It's all propaganda. It's propaganda.
Oh, yeah. This is it.
This is an advertisement. This is what is really ironic is that film, the first one that you showed us, Jay, it was saying stop the exploitation and all those words, and sign the petition. This is exploitation.
They're doing exactly what they are accusing us of doing in that video.
Correct.
They are doing exactly what they're accusing us of. Deflecting. And also, let me just say one more thing. Everybody keeps saying, why do they show that picture of Summer in the red dress? Why that picture in the red dress? I don't know any significance to the red dress. Scott, if you can chat real quick, I'll give you a wrench. The next time you can. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I had to get on my other computer to do it. This program doesn't let me do it. So whenever you can, I don't know if you're in.
I'll just say hi.
But about the red dress picture, because like she didn't have that hair when she went missing, right? You'd want to share a picture that resembles her. Yeah, like there's a sense of urgency to find her while she still looks like she did when she went missing, right? So there should be. But they're sharing that picture. And it just dawned on me when I watched that banner on the roof there and you said advertisement. And I thought, Tim Mullins is a marketing guy. What is marketing 101? Branding. Branding. Right. He branded that baby girl from day one. Shame on him. He had no intentions of her being found. He doesn't give a shit. And everybody needs to call him out for it because it's wrong. He's exploiting that baby. She doesn't look like that.
Do you really think he's making money?
I have no idea what is in it for him, but I know that there is something, and it's got to be money. What else would it be?
I just wonder what the stream of revenue would be.
What else? What else makes
Dr.
someone?
Phil,
well, maybe with Dr. Phil, he got in with a production team to make a documentary.
Yeah.
And Pray for Summer Wells is going to be the name of it, and that's going to be your cover. Call me crazy. When I thought this 2 months ago, I thought you're fucking crazy, Jay. No one's going to believe you. They're going to think you're off your freaking rocker.
No, and what I want to say something to you, Jay, that I wanted to tell you and Scott and get your opinion on this. I watched this the month ago when I think Olivia was there and Molly Golightly was there and maybe JLR. I don't remember their first trip, and they went and they were screaming with Bullhorn Betty or whatever. And I'm sure you remember. First came down the guy, I can't think of his name, and then came
Cam.
down. Yeah, Cam, and then came down
Benny.
Thank you, Benny, with his pants falling down. Okay.
Uh-huh.
When I saw that, and all I did is I stood and I watched Molly's face. And I saw this man coming and screaming, and she's like, come at me. To me, seemed completely 100% contrived.
Rehearsed, yep.
It was, to me, because she almost had a smile on her face.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like it was contrived, planned, rehearsed, whatever you want to call it. And I thought, something ain't right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I think there's something bigger, like a film or a this or a reality. I don't know, man.
I feel, though, if she was involved, and the only reason I feel like it may not be contrived, maybe contrived between her and Benny. I could see her, I don't think she's like an NDA signer with Mullins.
Okay,
because I don't think there's any way, shape, or form he would be allowing that footage to be put on any YouTube channel. if they were in his camp. I don't believe no. But I wouldn't put it past her to slip Benny some money and say, hey, come act like a fucking fool,
Right.
do the, whatever, because she's all about the shock. That's what gets her the views. That's what gets her the money.
Yeah. Okay.
So so I think that you're on that, but I don't think she's in with the Mullen thing. I think that was just like a little side gig for Benny.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
Very interesting.
That's just my thoughts. So anyway, these are the official videos that you're supposed to watch. These are the only approved. You're only supposed to watch the ones that are approved on this website. So these are the ones.
But I don't get why they're dictating who Joe Public.
Oh, well, it gets better. It gets better.
Really?
Us YouTubers have specific directions on how to have streams about summer wells too. And we'll get to that. So we have behavior panel, and then we have just some more footage probably of Tim's, and then Candace Wells' interview with WJHL. And then the news stories that are approved for you to read are listed below.
Stop.
Okay.
My dog.
And then,
I'm talking to my dog. I'm sorry.
oh, I thought you were talking to me. I'm like,
No,
nope.
I'm talking to my
Nope,
dog.
I'm going to keep going.
No.
So they do list, those. Okay. Organizations, Missing Children in Tennessee, Amber Alert, Summer Wells, TBI. So now we're going to go to the Ask Questions tab. There are many questions. Can you still see it or no?
Yes.
Okay. There are many questions people have. You may send your question to us to view and consider responding. To view and consider responding to on our website. You do not have to give your name or email. However, we would like to see the city or state or country you live in. Thank you for your concern and help in finding our daughter's summer. Love and prayers, Don Candace family. That's their new signature. If you notice, now they have a watermark that says Don Candace all together as one word in cursive.
Incredible.
That's their logo.
It's real. This is really deep, man.
Yeah. So down here you can ask your question, and then Benny Keys will read your questions live, but only if they support and pray for the wells. If you notice in Benny Keys' last question and answer with Donald, every single person who sent a question had prayers. Now, I know a lot of people in this country pray, but not everybody prays. So I thought it was very interesting that every single one they had sent prayers. Because I'm not a very religious, I'm a spiritual person. Mm-hmm. I don't say I'm praying for someone if I'm not. So typically I will say, sending great, good thoughts, or, hoping, summer's found, something like that. But every single one was prayers, and it was deeper than that. It wasn't just praying for you guys. It was deeper than that. So interesting. If you want to watch that, it's over on Benny Key's channel. Interesting Q&As with Don, very scripted. Now, Don has a dash cam. They have invested in Don's technical equipment in the last Q&A. He now has a nice headset, and he has a dash cam, and he sits in the Subaru, and he is able to have better video and audio for everyone. Interesting.
It's really something else.
Yeah, they're getting set up. Their quality is getting better and better. So let's go to the missing children. I think that's just basically something that is supposed to be there. Yeah, looks legit. Except this is down there. I don't know why. I don't know why it bothers me. Of all photos you're going to put down here.
For sale.
Don't like it. Most people don't notice this shit. But you need to, right? So then here we have the flyers. And these are the ones they want you to use. So where are the YouTuber instructions?
Yeah.
In the blog.
On that.
It's in the blog, I think. Or in their videos. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. So you're going to find, if you go, you should go and check this often. Because if you're not watching it, you're missing it. Okay, because they do post in this blog often, and this is where all their videos are. So if you see now, you see these thumbnails? Doesn't that just tell you, oh my gosh, this has got to be about a missing little girl. No. What is that? What do those thumbnails tell you? What does that look like? A spider? What is that? I don't know what to make of this. I literally feel like I'm going to throw up.
Sorry. Can you go back to that? Because I have two thoughts, but some of the thoughts I can't share with you in public. Mm-hmm. Okay. I have thoughts, but we'll talk later about that.
Okay, so let's start down here because their blog is, I'm not going to go all the way back, but this is where he posted on Facebook. So this is Tim Mullen. This is Media Manager Wells. If you guys want to send a message or post on his page, that he has made this just for you. So go seek out Media Manager Wells. He's got 9 arms. I don't know what the hell that is, but that's where you can find Tim. And he says, as media manager of the Wells family, it is understood that many people may have questions that I can answer concerning how the media and entertainment industries, how the media and entertainment industries are handled for the Wells family.
It's unbelievable.
You may ask here on this Facebook page, and I will do my best to answer the questions, unless it would hinder the investigation or step into law enforcement territory. Any question concerning the case is only for law enforcement. My job is simple, to handle the professional media for the Wells family. That is my skill set. I only work with professional companies in the news media and entertainment industries. I maintain the technical aspects of the website, YouTube, and Facebook for the family. I filter out any improper, there's his little quotes, messages, emails, questions, or threats according to industry standards that are sent. I handle no money, do not get involved in money issues, not yet, except when helping the family keep the reward fund from being discontinued, nor do I pay out money to anyone, not yet. Thank you for your interest in this case, the restoration of the Wells family and finding their daughter, Summer Moon Utah Wells. TM, Tim Mullen. Now, go back to Ziggy's call when they joke about drinking and hitting each other and they don't have their kids. Are you telling me that this dude has the restoration of the Wells family in his best interest?
That is exactly what I was going to say.
Come
the
on.
Restoration and the finding. Is that a seven? Which is in this case, the restoration of the, no, he has no interest in the restoration. Otherwise, he would have gotten them into mandated a 90-day inpatient program while they're working on trying to get their
absolutely
hasn't happened. Neither did the Popo do anything to help him when he got his DWI, except just let him go.
I don't think they want these kids to get their these people to get their kids back. They don't.
I totally agree with that, but we're separate from that. I mean, they can do it in the name of.
Well, yeah. I mean, especially this man who's saying that he is. Look at New Year. Thank you, everyone who is helping us restore our family. They have these people believing they're going to get their family back. That's what I believe. I think Don and Candace, not only, Scott, are they going to be standing there like, oh, they're going to be standing there like, oh my God, we're not going to get our boys back.
Okay, yeah. It's only me, Nikki, says, okay, then they should be using all its energy to actually look for Summer. You have time, for this BS, but can't be boots on the ground. You know, I guess that's what the person's saying. Why, if they can do all this, why aren't they looking for their child?
Right. I mean, why are Cam and Allie like going up there and like sitting at the house? Like what's going on up there that it has to be signed and scrutinized under an NDA? So I just don't know. But then, you brought up the church, right? Then you see Robin up there with the selfie And I don't understand. I just don't understand it all. But at any rate, this I thought was interesting as well. December 22nd, someone started a petition to put Summer's flyer on Walmart boards in Tennessee. I don't know why just Walmart. I mean, I think we should aim to have. I don't understand this. I don't know why they shared it, I guess. It's great that someone did that, but I just feel like their efforts are very, very weak. Weak. They do the very least to show that they're looking for this little girl, and they're not. They're not.
I've just never met anybody whose child has gone missing that has a dedicated website that is a marketing ploy.
No, and we've seen like wealthy people.
Ask, what other missing child have we ever seen? Media managers.
Well, and let's face it, the Ramseys
choreographed interviews. I mean, just blows my mind. You know?
Yeah. I mean, we have very wealthy families that have had children go missing, and they've never done this shit, and they could afford to pay people to do anything. Right. Look at the Ramseys.
Right.
I don't know. I just think, there's just a lot of things.
If you're familiar with the Daniel Robinson, the young geologist, I think he's 25 this weekend. He went missing in Arizona about 5 months ago.
Oh my goodness! Look what they. No, I'm sorry. I just saw a new post of theirs. I didn't see this before.
See it. Okay.
I didn't see that.
My point is, the father started his own website. He's out. He actually moved to Arizona. The father from South Carolina to do weekend. Every weekend, he's out there looking for his son. I mean, that's the kind of stuff. What is this? Oh,
I feel sick.
And it's above the fold. Do you see that? Do you know what that means?
Yeah. Of course I do. Listen. See the picture? Yeah. Branding. Now listen. Tim Mullen, does he or does he not, Scott H., have some kind of editor ties to the news there somewhere? I don't know if it's this one or the Kingsport. I don't know.
Again, I'm going to have to dig into that one. I've got one of my, let me see.
I thought he said that somewhere. Like, I didn't hear that in rumor. I thought he had said that. But at any rate, this is, yeah. So I'd be interested.
Girls,
I haven't seen this.
The top story of 21.
But I'd like to read it to see if Mullen contributed.
No, that would be interesting to know.
Yeah.
Just look, it says visit summerwells.com.
Yeah, I'm not bringing them up right now. That's fine. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, okay. So this was December. Sorry, I got a little off track here for a second. All right, so let's go. And don't you love it too? Commenting has been turned off. Of course.
Somebody said in chat, this picture, the photo, the branding photo, said this photo will eventually be a movie.
Yeah, that whole banner you see will probably be the movie cover.
The movie cover, yeah, or whatever it's called.
Yep. And notice it doesn't say find Summer Wells, missing Summer Wells. It says pray for Summer Wells. Sorry, but I think we need to find her too.
Well, what bothers me is look at the byline.
The byline's sick.
Girls disappears voted top story. How about Summer Wells still missing?
I know, right?
Oh, buenas noches. Okay. I'm sorry.
Sick.
Sick. Scroll up, Jay, if you can. Muscles and Mascara just super chatted you. Pin that comment up there and look.
Okay, hang on.
Somebody just said
here she. Wait, it went away.
Local history buff and has a column in this newspaper. I think
yes, that's right. Yes, he does the history of Kingsport. I've seen his stuff.
Discover Kingsport. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
That's
That's
his Facebook name is Tim Mullen Discover Kingsport. And in that, when he puts discoverkingsport.com, now this is your media manager for you. He puts Discover Kingsport _com.
Apostrophe? Oh,
Yeah.
Kingsport?
Instead of .com.
Instead of .com?
Yeah, he has a typo on his main page. Or a media manager.
You know why? Because he's so used to using those little quotes. So
Yeah,
much.
that's true.
But he also, his writing is not that good because on that thing where he said that they're going to proof isn't even a verb.
I know, but you're going to proof tips? What are you going to do? Send them back for spelling and punctuation?
Like proofreading. No, he should have said vet or something. I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
But even then, I mean, that's kind of a risky thing to do, to vet tips on a missing child. I mean, they're not law enforcement, so they don't know what the TBI knows.
Right.
So how do they know they're not going to miss something?
Of course. I mean, that puts themselves in a place of, liability, legal.
And it makes me wonder if, like, they don't, not that they have or did anything with her, but is there a reason why he wouldn't want her found? Would it make a better story if she was? I mean, where does this really go without her being found?
Look what Michelle Clifford says at 11:15 p.m. She says this is all to do with sex trafficking. Interesting.
Oh yeah, she does. That one news reporter has a British accent. Kind of, you wouldn't expect that in that area.
I know, it's almost like Australian or some sort of. It is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's British. I just
almost like, I don't know. It's an unusual. Yeah.
I'm very like not worldly, so I just default to British. And then if someone corrects me and says Australian, I'm like, yeah, that's what I meant.
It's not even Australian. It's some. It sounds like the Netherlands.
You all sound sexy. That's all I know. British and Australian, I don't care.
And somebody just said, doesn't the website want her to be found?
Yeah, it's like they're working against what their cause is supposed to be almost. Okay, so let's carry on. Hang on, let me go back here. And I didn't expect to get into all this, but I love that we are, because I think it needs to be talked about.
Oh, yeah.
Because like I said,
this video needs to be shared like repeatedly, like by everybody.
But the thing is that a lot of the bigger channels, when I have tried to proffer an opinion about some of this stuff that you've been talking about tonight, Jay, they dismiss me. They're very dismissive.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Well, here is the instructions. Here we go with how YouTubers can actually help. Do you see how rude he is?
This is rich right here.
Oh, okay, here we go. How can YouTube creators actually help? This is how a YouTube creator who truly supports Summer can assist in finding her. It should be on every show that mentions the case. Space : 1.
Where are you?
1.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Can
now.
you not see it? Is it not big enough?
My glasses. Yeah.
Okay. It's all right.
I'm good.
1. Always show her picture throughout your YouTube cast.
Cast?
We don't even call them casts, but okay.
Oh, he's saying instead of like a broadcast.
Yeah, he's
made up a new word and
YouTube cast. It's called a stream on this platform, but he's clearly unfamiliar with it, even though he runs the YouTube.
Call it an episode, but
or a show.
I call it a show. Yeah,
I've never heard it called a YouTube cast, a YT cast. The pictures available to share are the approved ones on the website.
The ones where she's got long hair and a red dress.
Whatever's on their website, they have a picture section. We'll look at that in a minute. Those are the only ones that are approved to be used. It was also said, I think either by Benny, I think it was Benny, said that they're law enforcement and website approved. So I have a call into the detective at Hawkins County to ask him if they have approved all of these pictures and if that is true. Because I think that's weird. I've never heard of law enforcement approving family pictures to be used on a website like this.
Well, and what I had said earlier when there was this whole thing about the fundraiser and people using an image of Summer Wells is the parents have lost custody of their children. And let's talk about Summer. So they have lost rights to their child. So those photographs, if the one, especially the ones from law enforcement, belong to John Q. Public now. They don't belong.
No, would that be why someone bought the rights to Summer Wells?
They mean this guy?
I don't know.
That's what I'm wondering. But
somebody did.
But how could, who did? Because the parents have no rights. So I'm not really sure how they could even hire this man to empower him to be in charge of.
I don't think they're paying him. I think he's doing this legally, out of the goodness of his heart, and he's probably telling him that God sent him to do it.
Okay, but legally, the parents don't have any rights.
Yeah, I don't.
How can they sign off and approve something? How can this
good question,
as a proxy of these parents who have lost all rights to their children, act as a proxy legally? That's where I would want to go.
Good question. Good question.
You check private chat, Jay?
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I don't multitask well sometimes at 11 p.m., Scott.
Sunny D says, Sunny D said, I know I'm interrupting. The state of Tennessee is Summer's guardian. Justo, exactamente. And that is why.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, thank you, though.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. No, you're fine. You're fine.
No, the person whose name I've just forgotten said it perfectly right. The state of Tennessee
is her guardianship.
So they can dictate on behalf of Summer's photograph or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I have a huge problem that this man on their behalf is stating all of this. I mean, it's troubling. It's troubling.
It is troubling, and I don't know if it's legal, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Number 3, promote the flyers. There we have the quotes again. Link on the website during each YouTube cast. Flyers of Summer Wells can be downloaded, printed, and shared. So that was also reiterated. Benny was probably told in one of his bullet points. He read that a couple times on his last live. So I was looking, and all of his videos that he did with Don are on here too. But let's watch the first one. This is our friend Benny Keys. So this is the introduction to Benny Keys. There, I don't know what you'd call him. But yeah, let's take a look at this. If I can get it to stay still. It's really heartwarming.
So what is it? What this? They're introducing Benny as the handler, or
I guess we'll see.
Okay.
All right. Oops. What happened? Can you still see it? Is it buffering?
No.
You can't see it?
I see the photo. I don't see it buffering though.
Yeah, I don't. On my end, it doesn't look like you've hit the play button yet.
Really?
So somebody says there's no state custody of Summer until she's found. Well, I think that's...
Well, what about the boys, though? I mean, it's not like they have the boys.
This person's saying, well, since she's lost, they haven't lost custody. That's not true. Think of Barry Morphew, who took over custody of, became a proxy for his wife who was missing, and took away all her rights. So, no, the state can certainly trump.
I mean, do you guys really think if she was found that they would just hand her over to her parents?
No.
Yeah, not happening. Okay, you should be able to see now.
This is I'm going to tell you what this represents. I can't wait.
All I'm almost afraid to know.
Yeah, you should be.
Oh, Lord.
Why is it buffering for me though?
It makes me feel good in a way, Dr. Latina, though, that I'm not crazy from all
Same.
my little conspiracy theory symbolism.
Oh, no, you're not crazy.
I didn't think
Same.
I was, but
No, I feel validated in what I've thought too.
yeah.
How are you, sir?
It keeps buffering on me.
That's all right.
It's probably Tim Mullen.
Probably.
He's-
Or one of
he's-
his minions.
Can you guys see it though? Did it play at all for you? Does it say exclusive on your screen?
Yes, it does say
Okay.
exclusive.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Like I said, it's been on and off, hit and miss, and I'm plugged in Ethernet.
How are you, sir?
Oh my God, why does it keep stopping at that point? Weird. All right, let me stop share and then try it again. I might just have too much stuff open, maybe. Let me shut his drone footage. Yep, that's what it was, I think.
Could Tim someone?
What is this? Yeah, read me some of the comments.
I just saw something that J is for justice, and
All right, let's try this again.
and
I'm
then-
so glad I brought this up to you because it has been bothering me, literally.
Well, I necessarily am not. You know, I have no authority to validate.
Well, no, I'm just glad because I want
You feel
other
validated.
people's opinions, you know, that, you know, you see something and you're like, okay, wait, this is weird, you know? Okay.
Sometimes you need a non-weird person to bounce weird things off of.
Well, then
Right?
don't count on me. I would not qualify as the non-weird. Please let Jay. Damn it. Sorry. Shannon S says that Doctora Latina. Please let Jay know I have info for her. I've been up somewhere. There, here. Damn.
What's her name? Shannon? Isn't she? Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Let me pause this. Isn't that
Shannon.
Benny's? Are you Benny's sub that went up on the hill with him in the selfie?
Yeah, I believe that's her, Jay.
Have you ever talked to her?
No, I just saw her in chat earlier.
Oh, wow. Okay, let me come over here to chat.
Let me see what time. I didn't get a timestamp on that. It was just in the past couple minutes.
Yes, Parody Patty, you've been on Mullen for months. I was gonna, I'm sure all these questions that Jay's asking me and Dr. Latina's asking me about, and Cher was asking me about Mullen that I didn't know, I feel sure you've already looked up. I hope you're taking good notes on everything they've asked me that I say I'm going to reply to them with.
Hold on, I wanted Screaming Crimes. Where is she? I wanted to pin her. This chat keeps bouncing on me big time.
Do you have a lot of people tuning in right now?
2,300.
Oh, because my thing says 162. Or something.
What?
I'm not kidding, man.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, here it is. Oh my God, is AF Pennington the same as the True Crime YouTube channel by the same name? What do you mean by the same name?
A.F. Pennington, she's saying. Or he's saying.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, True Crime. Yes. Yes, that's yes.
Apparently, she just dropped a new video too, according to
Oh,
two emails that I got.
Just now?
This is so freaking deep.
Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up.
About 15 minutes ago. Well, back
Oh,
when we
for
were
the love
talking
of
about-
Jesus. She probably had one waiting and probably made it public just for us. All right, let's see if this
At
works
10
now.
10:40.
Okay, less than an hour ago.
Says A.F. Pennington left me a comment. True.
It's-
Dot.
What?
And
Wait,
they've
say
got
that
a
again? What does it say?
new video up. Let me see if I can blow it up here. Hang on, let me turn my screen sideways.
All right, while you look for that, I'm going to play this. It's only a minute long, so I'll give you a minute to check it out. If it works.
I guess.
How are you, sir?
Oh my God, it stops every time. That is bizarre.
Well, we'll have to I'll put a placeholder on that for me to see.
Yeah, just go back and watch those. They're all on their blog. Okay. Let me see what else is on here that I wanted to show you.
I don't know if it's a video or not, Jay, but it's a picture at least. It says Summer Moon, Utah Wells, and under it says 1-800-TBI fine. And it's got some kind of a symbol there.
Wait, where are you seeing this?
It's an email I got. From two different subscribers.
But yeah, back to Shannon. Yeah, she was like his top subscriber, and she was the one that was invited, and she was able to go up on the hill.
My daughter just wrote me, my daughter, and because I said, I'm just feeling a little under the weather tonight. I'm probably going to tell Jay that I'm just going to go on for 1 hour from 7 to 8. She just wrote me, so how'd that hour live go?
I love it. She cracks me up. I love when your daughter texts you when you're live.
My kids know all you guys is,
Oh, I know. Maligator, in my chat, she is the same way. Her daughters make fun of her.
That is so funny.
It's hilarious. Okay, let's see here. Did you find it, Scott?
Hang on.
Or was there something you wanted me to pull up? Can you guys see the website again? We'll keep looking at this. So this one here, draw when you go back. So that's like the introduction to our friend Benny Keys. And this is our friend AF Pennington.
Well, this is a very concerning. I just wanted to mention this. This you see on the left. Is that Summer?
Yeah, and it's all photoshopped.
Well, it's not well photoshopped because it's very concerning, her face. But anyway, that's a whole other story for another day. And the tongue. Oh, boy.
Just sent me another email that says, I made a comment about her and Mullen. She replies, true. And then she took a screenshot of the comment that AF Pennington presents.
Weird. ... Why are they so dark and sinister? I mean, this is about a little girl.
I'm telling you.
I mean, there should be Paw Patrol and shit on these thumbnails.
That's a good point. Somebody in the chat said that this light tunnel thing that you see, that you said was like a
spider.
Somebody, that's not what I think it is, but I won't go into that. But somebody else says it looks like the tunnel that's going towards the light when you die.
Yeah. It's like some religious thing. There's all these religious innuendos thrown into all of this. All of it.
Smoky Blue Day says they want to reinforce the mystery. Yeah.
And here is the about page. Here we go. Summer Wells disappeared from her home on June 15, 2021. Her family was upstairs and at the front of the home. What? Summer had gone indoors to the basement, where the basement door is located at the back of the house. Extensive searches have been and continue to be done of this mountainous area. Investigation continues by TBI. And then, does he not know that TBI is Tennessee Bureau of Investigation? Incongruency with local law enforcement agencies.
No. Sorry. Hold on. Let me see that. Investigation continues by TBI. Yeah. Maybe he was trying to say he should have put it in parentheses.
Yeah, he's not a good editor.
And congruency? No. Incongruence. No, in cooperation with, in
what's the definition of congruency exactly?
At the same time.
But
that means like a parallel thing.
No, and they work hand in hand.
They should be working hand in hand. I should have been an editor.
Why all this misinformation, though? I mean, I don't know. And then here's that. I mean, at least they do have TBI find, you know, I mean, I got to give them that. But the second tip's sketchy as hell. I think we've covered pretty much everything. I mean, you'll have to go through there. Oh, wait, there's a more button. Oh, that's the missing children. See how that's the very last one? You have to actually click on more to get to all the missing children websites. But you can read all about his media, right? All about his media contact and what he does. And you can watch Benny Keys. But if you want to find about missing children and where you can find more information or maybe report something, you have to go all the way over here. Click more. Yeah. They need a new manager if this is for real.
Well, they're saying definition of congruency here. They are saying in accordance with, in agreement with, in conformance with. But I thought the TBI wasn't working in accordance with anybody except themselves and law enforcement. So they're stating that they're just like heels on the ground, that they're working along with the authorities. So I guess that gives them the right to filter what they think is appropriate or not appropriate.
As far as I know, though, the authorities have clearly stated that they are not working with any member of the public.
I was being facetious because
okay.
Because now they're claiming that they're working in accordance with the authorities, and they obviously have decided that they have the right to vet tips and filter which they think is or is not appropriate.
And wouldn't you think that law enforcement might have an issue with this, or no?
One would think, and that's why I'm interested to know why is there such silence on this?
Right.
From Sheriff Law, I forget his name.
Lawson.
Well, yeah, Lawson.
Yeah, good question. So here's their contact page, right? The contact, please contact the TBI, and they've got that. And then it says also Summerwell's tips at charter.net. And then you notice the private investigator for tips on the contact is way bigger than any TBI information that you will see when you go here. If I go here and I look what's in the gray box. Look what's on the white page. Don't think that that's a mistake or coincidence. It stands out. You're gonna click that Summerwell's tips thing before you go up and read that red with white print. In my opinion.
What? The red with white print doesn't. It's not even a hyperlink. You can't click on it. Can you? I don't think you can.
No.
But under this little in the S icon, I bet you could click on that and link it to an email. So they don't even have.
It takes me to their Facebook.
That was nice. Oh, Dios. Okay, thank you.
Their Facebook on July 27th, 2021 says, our official information site is now findsummerwells.com. That was their official, date. But yeah, I mean, and then he had to throw in his media contact on there again, as if the media tab wasn't enough. Him having a whole tab with his contact shit wasn't enough. I mean, this is not about finding Summer, in my opinion. But, and anyways, I'm done with my presentation.
Okay.
Carry on.
No, may I make a comment?
You may.
Okay, so if you go back to that baby picture, I think it was probably a video. About 5 minutes ago, you had a video on the left of this, website that had, I think, Don holding Summer Wells. I commented on the tongue.
Oh, yeah, let me go back to that. That was in what? Approved videos. Where are their damn approved videos at? See, they even confuse you when you're on their damn site. News?
I don't remember where you...
I think it's under news.
No matter where you go on there, it's propaganda.
Oh yeah, completely.
Okay, let me go back to home and start from there. Start from scratch. And how weird that they have Candace's story as like the first thing that you see on the main page. Like, so weird. And there's never anything personal about Summer. Like, they never share anything personal about her.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
If you go back to Candace's story, maybe I'm just unfamiliar with this term, but in the second paragraph of Candace's story, it says she put all the rocks on top, put Chased in there. Who's Chased?
It's supposed to be Chase, like the Paw Patrol.
Oh,
but what does that word mean?
Chased means not sexually active.
Really? Okay, so this was printed like that in the newspaper.
Chased.
It was printed like that in the newspaper because this is copied and pasted from an article in that Times, whatever it's called.
Well, somebody did. Okay.
I don't know who's writing it. Tim Mullen? I'm not sure.
But obviously they didn't pay attention to it because if Chase on the case or whatever should be capitalized and Chased is something totally different. Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's see if we can get to that baby picture. I want to say something if I might.
And this is an interesting read as well. If you haven't read it, they're saying these are Candace's words, but you really need to read it to really see if you believe that. Oh, it's in the blog. That's where their videos are. That's a weird place for your videos, but you might want to call that a vlog, Tim, with a V. Blogs are written. Vlogs are videos. Okay, there's the picture right there.
As a physician, the face, just forgetting, I haven't seen anything, but that face has the stigmata or the characteristics of a child with fetal alcohol syndrome.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. And I've thought that in other things, but it's ironic that they would pick that and have that on whether or not it's doctored.
Well, it's a photo in the video, so that's like the video paused.
Well, I know that, but I think it's ironic that they clearly, that doesn't bode well for, a family that loves their child. I'm sorry. That's a very disturbing, troubling, and sad photograph of a baby with the stigmata of fetal alcohol.
That's so sad.
So
I did not know that.
No, I am not saying she for sure, although somebody says yes. Kelly Lee says yes, she was born with FAS. And then she says she'll see that fetal alcohol through the video. It would be interesting to see this video. But it is a shame. I have just said there are so many developmental and congenital things with this poor baby, and talk about a whole nother layer of negligence. I want to know, was there early intervention for this child? I mean, there's so much there, man.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that she could have been maybe nonverbal? They couldn't really.
I did a whole couple-hour thing on a Zav girl, which is.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Yeah, I like her. I like Zav girl.
Lovely.
Yeah, she's cool.
And we dissected a bunch of the videos.
Oh, nice. I'll have to go watch it.
Some of her gait issues and her tongue issues. It's really deep.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not familiar with any. I mean, that's why we look to experts to explain those things to us. Okay, we're going to try to play this. Let's see if it works. Let's cross our fingers. Can you see it? The video?
We do. Here we go again. I'll tell you what that represents.
Oh my God, if it stops, I'm going to freak out. Let's just wait and see if it turns back on. The reindeer? The reindeer is A.F. Pennington's intro for every single video.
Mm-hmm. Who is she exactly?
I don't know. I don't know who she is.
And interestingly, somebody just said, Blonde Bunny just said at 11:42, that has to be illegal. Damn it. It goes so quickly. That has to be illegal to send tips to this website and not TBI. And she is going to check to find out if indeed it's illegal for them to be, quote, vetting, etc.
Good, because they might miss a tip that the TBI would find, that something that would help them.
Exacto. Now, Lauren, a lot of people hear Lauren Eucopia. I just want everybody to know that I'm reading everything that y'all are saying, and I agree with the concerns about lack of medical care and vaccinations and likely developmental delay and fetal alcohol. Yeah, for even some of the other children. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try to share this again.
Thank you for letting me chat.
No, I love it. I love how you're reading comments because I can't do that and do, play these videos and do everything else. So it works out great.
Well,
so
I'm
thank
just
you.
Say that your chat is uber intellectual, compassionate, and thinking.
I know. They're like think tank. It's like a think tank, and
think tank.
they really are. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, I always look at chat because they'll trigger my memory on something that I forgot about. So yeah, I mean, they're looking just as much as anybody else. Okay, let's try this again. As much as I don't want to watch that again, it's probably gonna stop. I give up. It's a conspiracy.
I think it may just be because it's a film within your platform. No.
It's just stopping. It's like buffering. Like it's trying to load.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Let's go to let's go here. Okay.
I'm sorry, Kazi, I agree with you. If it's a man or woman, I don't know. But you say that you can't believe local law enforcement has not disallowed the interception of tips, and given the choice of what they pass on, it's completely nonsensical, and it is nonsensical that this.
Look at their about section. I don't know if you can still see my screen.
Yeah.
Look at the about section on their official YouTube. This is the official YouTube channel of the Don Wells family. Thank you for helping us to find our daughter, Summer Moon Utah Wells. And then it has the website, their Facebook. Please go to website for contact information. Nothing about the freaking TBI. Links, website, Facebook.
Yep. It's all.
Look at the banner.
Propaganda.
FindSummerWells.com. Not one link to TBI. You think he could put, instead of their website up here as a little link, they could put the link to TBI or something?
Mm-hmm.
But they're too busy making videos like this crap, worrying about what YouTubers are going to expose them or make them look bad or not go along with the narrative that they're hoping for, right? There's something there.
I wanted to touch base. This may be too dicey, and you can tell me. So Mystic Firefly says, I have a Bachelor of Education, psychology minor, Doctora Latina, plus have been a legal secretary since I was 19. And she's the one that's saying she finds it suspect that it would be legally allowed for this website to vet tips.
Okay, can you see my screen, Dra?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm showing you right now is AF Pennington's YouTube channel. It is called, to give her credit, it is AF Pennington Presents True Crime Weekly.
Mm-hmm.
She has a Facebook page. You can find that over here. She has a Patreon, an Instagram, and a Facebook. So here are her thumbnails, and she's done other cases. Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sorry. I can't see the screen, so I just thought that I lost you.
No,
okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay. So let's go to playlists. And we're going to find Summer Wells. She's got Gabby Petito. Where is the Summer Wells? Oh, there it is. Wow. 219 videos? Holy camole. Wow. That's a lot of videos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Gabby Petito was a huge case, and there's 37 of those, but actually there's 219 here, and then there's another playlist called Missing.
But she's got a very small following. She has only 8,000.
Correct.
Interesting.
So here's the full playlist of the 219 videos she's made.
But these look doctored.
All of her thumbnails look like this.
Yep. What? With her teeth?
She filled them in.
Gracias.
I mean, does this look like Summer?
No, it does not look like her.
I mean, this is a missing little girl, and she's on the team that's supposed to be helping find her.
How did A.F. Pennington get involved? Thank you, Camila.
I don't know.
I'm going to have my dinner on my sushi now because that was hours ago for my family. So do you mind if I eat while
No, go right ahead.
You know, I know it's rude, but...
No, you're fine. I haven't eaten yet either, and I might go grab something, so don't feel bad. But I'm really interested in this discussion, so, I mean, I don't mind if you don't mind.
No, not at all. But this is just whacked, man.
Yeah.
Because it's really not a true representation of what she looks like.
Right, and she's still missing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, she's still missing. Why all these different... It's almost like confusion.
Wait, how did... I forgot how you responded.
I do, Maligator, I do.
How did A.F. Pennington get involved? Oh, I see, provided artwork. Oh, yeah, I missed that.
She provided artwork to Benny. No, babe. Whoever said that, you're wrong. This girl has been involved since day one. Oh my gosh, did I put Scott to sleep? Oh my God.
Everybody was asking. Maligator, I think, was the first one that asked first if I was asleep. I had muted myself. I threw another log on the fire so it wouldn't be clanging around.
Oh, I want to hear the logs.
I didn't unmute myself, so I was really, really quiet. And
I'm like, oh no, is it paybacks? I put Scott to sleep tonight.
No.
Next time you can let us listen to the crackling logs. I love it.
Was that you fell asleep on his, right?
I did. I totally crashed.
I was waiting for the snoring, but it never happened.
Oh my gosh, I know. Usually, so Scott, you're the third panel I fell asleep on.
Oh, good.
So, but the other two were my own panels, so it's not as bad. You're the first one I fell asleep on, like someone else's. So I was pretty mortified. I still haven't listened to it. I can't. Even though everybody said you were funny, like you put your alarm on and stuff.
It was cute.
I can't because I'm mortified that I did that. And I'm really sorry. But I did tell you before I called in that I was already tired and having like a crappy day.
Right,
so I did preface it with that, but
you did. You were fine.
I might listen to it one day. I'm just embarrassed that I did that. No disrespect meant whatsoever.
I fell asleep on one of my own one time. We were doing a marathon and actually had somebody call me. Well, I didn't have them call me because I dozed off, but one of the subscribers had somebody call me and the phone woke me up and I was like, oh gosh.
I remember that.
Well, I snored on mine. So the first time I fell asleep was when we were watching Chris Watts the interrogation. And it's like literally I played it in real time, didn't speed it up, and that clock tick tock, and he just sits there forever. Well, I had bronchitis, but I was like, dang it, I'm putting this discovery out there, like I'm not gonna miss this. So I just started playing it, and I was so sick. I fell asleep in my desk chair, and I was sawing logs. Everyone was cracking up. So I was sick, so I had an excuse. But yeah, I'm a snorer, so I'm glad I did not. Someone said they heard a little, like, tiny snore, but that's nothing. It could have been way worse. I admit it. It could have been way worse. So I'm sorry, Andrew. Hey, I didn't see you in here before. I haven't really been checking out chat, but yeah, you're going to be lost because there's so many different things that involve this case. It's just it's confusing. So just try to take it in, and it is what it is. So someone wanted me to try to play that video again, but I will. I just wanted to kind of scroll through so you guys could see the kinds of videos. But let's go back to her very first video on Summer Wells and take a look at that, because, I mean, even though you say, oh, well, she might have just started following the case then. She had pictures that nobody else had but the family.
Interesting.
The swing video.
I wonder what her connection. How did she get on the in?
Don't know. I don't know if it's a church connection. I don't know. So, I mean, she even has a video here. Missing Summer Wells. Wells family media manager opens Facebook page for public to direct questions. What could Summer possibly look like? Have you seen that one? The disguised one?
I saw some pictures of disguised. Oh, come on.
Oh my God, it's buffering. I'm going to mute it. I don't know what music she uses. But let's see if I can just scroll through it if it won't play.
Oh my, it looks like Shirley Temple.
Yeah, it's not loading fully, but you can see, I mean, the different looks.
Is that really her face?
It's supposed to be, I guess. She's showing you how Summer could look with all these different... What Summer could look like if she were possibly disguised.
No. Sorry, but...
And then it says Summer Wells 1-800-TBI find. I don't know. I mean, Summer
doesn't look like a real rendition of her.
She alters her. It's really, really scary.
Mm-hmm.
She alters her face, and it's like, why? I don't know. It's just, it's troubling to me.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to find another one that I wanted to play. Missing Summer Wells, Fear and Loathing in Los Angeles.
Interesting.
She's got, footage from Los Angeles, a closer look at the house renovations.
Oh, I want to see that. I mean, are they really doing renovations?
If it plays. Oh, Lord. Is that like some kind of sign? I should try to play something else and see if it works.
I know. Do you think that they've like superseded?
Oh, wait. Missing Summer Wells, a collection... selection of my digital images of Summer Wells.
As it buffers. Damn it.
Why do we need digital images, though? Like, she's missing, man. Why are you muddying the waters?
It looks nothing like her. That does.
Look at her face. It's altered. Her lips aren't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they need to change the baby girl's face? I just don't understand why you'd ever... Like, if that was my kid, I'd be like, don't you change one detail of that baby girl's face.
Mm-hmm.
That should be more of a problem than using her actual face.
You know who that one looked like? Go back. That looked like a young Jodie Sue.
Oh, it kind of does. The eyes and
the
stuff.
Next one. Look at the next one. No, next one. Let me see.
Probably gonna have to go back.
There. Look at that mouth.
Oh yeah, it kind of does. That's kind of uncanny. But by the way, did you guys... Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to be the one eating. Oh my God, I'm so spoiled, you guys.
Why?
My dinner.
Great.
Do you want...
What is it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Steak,
Brown.
fried potatoes with onions, and sauteed mushrooms.
Oh, wow.
And bread and butter.
Damn, did somebody cook that or you ordered it?
Someone cooked it for me.
How wonderful. What a good
Uh-huh.
cook.
I have a wonderful friend.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So pardon me, I don't typically eat live either. But yeah, I do wanna keep looking through these. Yeah, that is I don't know. I don't think I'd be that crazy about this many videos with my daughter's like picture being shown so different in so many different ways. You know, it's just.
What is that?
I don't know.
I feel like there's a lot of subliminal. There are a lot of subliminal.
Robin. Tell me you didn't hear that little noise in the background.
Yes, I did. But I thought that you were very much in, wanting to leave Robin and David Dotson alone. Was that you?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
I just said, no, I just don't. I said, I don't think David Dotson has anything to do with it. But hell, I don't know.
The only thing that bothered me was that, did you ever see that one video clip when they're in church and Robin points out to David Dotson, points Summer out and says, look, wave at him or something, and he's doing all these sort of puppet movements and she looks afraid of him?
I've seen the clip, yeah.
But, that just maybe coincidental.
But, she might have just been, I mean, you never know.
Over. Yeah, you don't know.
I just think, like, I don't know. I don't know. I can't even remember why I don't think David did it.
It is just odd that I find it odd that because I'm church going, and not since the pandemic, but like if I were to join, I'm Catholic, but I've gone to other kinds of churches too. I wouldn't just suddenly get baptized in another church and then a month later say goodbye, I'm done, and leave town. It's just strange.
No, that is odd. Especially if you're Baptist and you go to STA, like, and then you get baptized, like and you've totally given yourself to this church, like, hey, I'm part of you now, and then a few months later you're gone.
Mm-hmm.
He got baptized very quickly too.
Very quickly. I thought that was very strange.
Yeah, and I tried to not be mean and hard on him because I know he lost his wife and all that, and I'm like, well, maybe he lost faith in what he originally believed in and went to the SDA church and thought, these people are kind of not what I'm looking for, and went back, maybe. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't know.
Let me jump in for just a second here.
You're right in that.
Just out of respect for a 20-year-long friend of mine, or friends, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
The private investigator just texted me. And he said...
What private investigator? Which one?
For the Wells.
What? The one that takes the tips?
Yep.
I see.
And he says, you can tell them we pass on all tips. We just remove trash and emails asking questions, etc.
Well, then they need to be more
specific.
Clear, more specific, and they need to change their verbiage because what they've said is that they proof it, which is not a verb, and what they should say is that they filter out, scam or not scam. You know what I'm saying? What's it called when things come in your mailbox?
Spam.
Thank you.
But I don't know why that doesn't really make sense because, obviously you're going to filter spam. So he needs to just remove that proof and say any, credible tips will be sent to the TBI or something like that.
Exactly.
He said he just texted me, that was not written by us.
Well, whom was it written by?
Tim, probably.
So the private investigators did not write that.
How about Tim?
We'll see because he's listening right now because he's responding to what you guys are saying.
This is I'm not trying to throw shade on them, but at the same time, I find it hard to believe that.
Hold on just a second. Let me answer why crime.
Okay.
I've addressed that before. Why crime? When this investigation started, these friends of mine that I've known for probably over 20 years now, we had a professional agreement that we would keep everything private because that's what a private investigation involves, is privacy. And we've maintained that to this day.
Well, I'm not
Now,
sure.
I'm confused. I'm confused, Scott H.
I have talked to the private investigators about that I will not share on YouTube, on my channel, or anywhere, period, because that's a professional agreement that we made with each other when this very first started.
Okay,
I'm confused. Can you back up?
What agreement with whom? He's made an agreement with a family or with
That I would not blast any information from the private investigator out on YouTube.
Okay, wait. Yeah, you got to back up. So I missed something here. So you're in contact with the tips at Summer Wells, whatever?
No. None whatsoever.
What private investigator then? The one that the Wells have hired?
There's a little more deeper than that. I'm not going to get into that.
Okay, all right.
That relationship involves, but the private investigators know that I know a lot of the people, and I'm more familiar with the area than they are. So in the beginning, they asked questions about, simple things like, if it were you, what route would you take from here to there?
Right.
Things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying the same group that's on their website as the Second Tips PI?
I'm assuming that would be.
Okay. I'm just trying to make it clear because there's other YouTubers that have talked about PIs. And I just want to make clear we're talking about the same, because I'm talking about the website ones that are working for the Wells family official, right?
The ones that all the other creators talk about?
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
I know. Let me go into private real quick.
Okay.
I think I know what he's talking about. Bear with me. You keep talking, y'all. That's fine, but I think I'm going to clarify it for you.
Thanks, because sometimes I'm a little slow.
No.
Especially when I'm hangry.
I was just saying, especially when you're enjoying your meal.
Well, it's nothing weird that should get any weirder or anything. No, I'm not involved with the Wells PI. I've never been involved with the Wells PI. I am not a mole. I have not signed any NDA. I knew the private investigators back when they were private investigating things 20 years before anybody ever knew who Don and Candace or Summer Wells was.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about now. So now can you repeat it now that I'm not lost?
What
Go back 5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, they're texting you and saying what now?
Hang on just a second. I got an email and it changed screens now.
It's all right.
How was your sushi? Was it good?
Oh my gosh. It was so darn good.
What kind was it?
Okay, well, there was some with just plain salmon. And then there's my favorite, which was salmon with, I know it sounds goofy, with avocado and peanuts.
Oh, really? Nice.
There you go. Here we go. Just said it. Here we go is someone sensible right here. Says he is not using his friendship with the PI to get content. Correct. That's about as clear as you can get.
Yep. Okay.
I've never used my friendship with the PI to get content.
This is what he's saying, or you're saying this?
Scott is. He's saying he's never used his friendship with the PI to get content. Now, listen, I want to tell you guys something. Look at this video. This is AF's video, July the 9th. July the 9th.
July.
How did she have a video of Summer and her brothers that we've never seen? Check it out.
Mm-hmm.
July 9th, people. I've never even seen this. Have you?
No, I never have.
Mm-mm.
But AF Pennington had it on July 9th. But yeah, she just met Benny Keys because she's doing artwork for him. Okay.
Okay.
Not buying it. Not picking up what you're laying down, AF Pennington.
I'll forward you the comment of how her ego is breaking right now.
This looks like happier times for poor little Summer.
Yeah.
She was well nourished.
You know, it's kind of nice seeing those photos, actually, than all the crap we've been seeing.
Right, except that you can see some of her developmental issues.
Poor baby. Oh. Why the fire? Why is she in fire?
Why is she see that?
Why is she burning, AF Pennington? What the hell? Wow.
That is
wow.
It's troubling. What is
I
this?
am disgusted.
I'm going to address this.
What the hell was that? And then she goes right back to pool pictures and crowns and oh wow. I mean, I can't pretend I didn't just see that.
Yeah, the tongue. She has a tongue issue, which is sort of neurologic. When you see the fire thing, you'll watch her tongue.
Let's see what music is playing. Oh, it's all nice and churchy, and she's in fire. What the? What was with the tongue?
She has one of the brothers.
No, she was like sticking her tongue out.
Yeah, but she does that a lot. It's not sticking it out like at somebody.
But I mean, this girl had these pictures on July 9th.
That is bizarre. Okay,
I mean, I don't even know whose kid that is. Like,
I don't either. And what permission
not...
would they have? I think this AF Pennington is related to the church. Okay. You know how they said I listened to your long live a few weeks ago, Jay, where you did the whole evaluation of the drill and all that and the teachings, and they said you got to have your emergency list, contact list.
Oh yeah.
And you were trying to figure out, well, why would David Dotson have been on the top of the list along with when he'd only just arrived, right? And let's say a month earlier, and here are the carnies here, and why would
whose child is that? Like, hello,
who gives permission for that
to put in a YouTube video
of a missing child?
Oh, and then the glass. Wow.
Yeah, the glass shatters. 2 shatterings, 4 shatterings. The whole family is shattering.
Please tell me that was a TikTok filter.
I don't know.
I'm shooketh.
It is
really weird.
Yeah, beyond. I mean, especially when you look at the date. I mean, she had videos from Candace Bly's personal phone, it looks like. I mean...
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Who's that? I mean, who are these kids?
That's Summer.
No, I know that boy that Candace had her arm around. I've never seen. Is that a bruise on Summer's little cheek?
Yeah, looks that way. Yep.
Nice. They're not neglectful, Gray. They're great. I think she had little bruises on her arms in that pool too. And why hasn't she taken these down since the boys were taken? I mean, that's just kind of messed up.
It is.
These boys don't belong to them anymore. Or at least not right now. I mean, aren't the Wells under a gag order? They can't even talk about their kids.
Yep.
But yet she's got videos of their Allie's kids.
This is really interesting because A.F. Pennington has a lot of scholarly articles written on asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease in children and adults. And
what?
Yeah, A.F. Pennington. Wonder who the hell is she? Interesting.
Well, Benny Keys said that she's bedbound and she does this from bed to keep herself busy. I have no idea if that's true.
That was through the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, who are all these children? You know, I mean, I know a lot of them are the boys, but there's like random kids in these.
Yeah,
look at this. Oh my God, I'd be livid.
And the whole, that whole hair dyeing thing, and other people I've seen in other sites, and the shaving of the head, and
I mean, she had enough photos on July 9th to make a video that's 8 minutes long. That's a lot of pictures.
Yep.
When you take into consideration, these are roughly 4 seconds each. You've got 8 minutes almost. She was given a full dump.
Yep. And are we sure that she is overseas?
No, I think she lives here in Virginia.
Yeah.
I think she's I don't know. I went to her website or something and it said.
Here we go. Here you go, my friend.
But.
This is A.F. Pennington and the SDA.
Oh my God, that sound effect was at perfect timing.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. It's the church. Right?
Yep. Hold on one second. Let me just, where did I find that? David Pennington. Hold on, I saw this.
And who gave the TBI that photo to use
That's
for
what
her?
That's what I want to know.
I know that's bothered a lot of people. Oh, what is this? Local news report states incorrect timeline. See, she has that weird, like that one video. That's how I know she made it. Yep. It's all, oops, shit.
What?
It's all the, I skipped it. It's all the same signature, you know?
Okay, somebody said Robin gave that photograph, and I think I do remember that Robin handed that photograph over to law enforcement. Yes, and Pot says that a bunch of other people, but like, why would Robin have the authority to? The whole thing is.
It is very weird. I don't know what this is, but. I want to show you something really quick before I forget. You know how that intro is, and you said, I'll tell you what that means later?
Yeah.
I want to show you one more exit that she created before I forget, just while it's on my brain. Let me pull it up. Scott, are you still there?
Yeah, I am.
Is everything cool?
He's fading.
Yeah. Why crime?
Oh.
I'm going to clarify this one more time. And that's it. And then I'm just going to disregard you. The PIs contacting me for perspective on the area is absolutely no different than Dr. Latina contacting me for perspective on the area. For Jay for contacting me for perspective on the area. And for the thousands of subscribers that are watching this right now and will watch this to gain a perspective on this.
Right.
There is no difference.
I don't have obviously never met you, nor have I ever even laid eyes on you, but I believe that there is nothing nefarious about any relationship you may or may not have with somebody that you've known locally. I think that you're sort of an open book about that. No, I think you're very open, and it doesn't bother you that people are pointing fingers at you.
Well, it doesn't bother me that people are pointing fingers at me. It bothers me when people are clearly trying to make something of nothing just to start bullshit.
Right.
Well, I mean, if you were trying to do something sinister or behind the scenes, you definitely would not be announcing it in a live with 2,300 people in it.
That is so.
Just saying.
Touche. Yes, that is totally right.
Because I know Scott's a little smarter than that.
So, come on.
Oh, this is interesting. Oops, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
No, we're good. We're done with that.
Somebody just said, this is fascinating. I don't know if it's true or false, but they said that Chase on the case apparently told Lamar Billboard Company to take his name off the
Yep.
and change it to that website.
Yep. No, he told them, and he said it was directed from the Wells that TBI's info be removed and it be replaced with findsummerwells.com. That was what he said on a live stream. I have a video about it.
Here we go. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Chase 423 told Lamar Billboards to change the name of the head investigator detective on the billboard.
No. That's not what he said. I heard him. He called into Ziggy's panel, that Devin guy. He works for Lamar. He's the one that dealt with Chase. He said that Chase asked him to remove, and he thought it was weird because their initial template was made after the Amber Alert template. Right. So they made it similar to that. And then Chase okayed it. And then he had to call them back and say, can you take the the TBI find thing off and replace it with findsummerwells.com?
That is troubling.
Very. Very. And you know what else is troubling is there's supposed to be 8 billboards up in that area. I've had 2 locals message me and say, I can't find one, and they're looking for them.
Okay, but that wasn't that whole thing, and Scott could speak to this better than I, the Chase 423 ended up being sort of a confidence artist.
Well, he didn't he did.
Well, I was trying to be diplomatic.
But why are there still some creators that are defending and saying that he's doing the billboards when he's not?
No, I think he absconded with people's money, or I don't even know. And something ain't right.
No, it's not. It's not. It definitely is not. It all bothers me very much. Very, very much so. Okay, let me see if I can get this one to load. Scott, are you good? You good, buddy?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. And as far as the billboard situation, I also emailed with the lady that paid for all the billboards, too.
Chris, is her name Christy or Chris?
Yeah, Christy.
Yeah.
And what were you saying about Christy?
He talks with her.
Oh, he does. Okay.
I mean, Scott, pretty much, you've been a resource in so many ways, like for different people and different panels and explaining the area and everything else. So. Okay, so I'm about to show you the end of the last live stream. Draw, are you? Oh,
I'm sorry. I know.
Are you? Oh my God. I didn't mean to just blow you up. How did
having
I do that? I did not mean to do that to you. I'm sorry.
No, it's probably like I look like I'm having
Jesus.
a small seizure or something.
No, it's just like, I'm like, are you okay? What are you reading? Because
It's
you need to
just
share
very
that with me.
Well, it is really interesting. I mean, it's just,
Yeah. Your mind, your wheels are churning.
yes, they are. And there's a whole sub conversation going on. Oops, I just wrecked myself here. I don't know where I am now. Okay. Yeah, there's just, oh God. Hello?
Yeah. You're here.
Okay, I am. No, there's just a whole sub conversation going on. And, there are a lot of strong feelings about different players in this. And
Yeah, I know. There is. Okay, so I'm going to play. This is just the very end of their last Q&A. So
okay.
as I said before, you can see in the top left corner, it's Don Candace. That is their new name, Don Candace. That's their watermark. And then you see Don has a dash cam that is crystal clear.
Oh, you're right.
He's also wearing a headset and his audio sounds good too. So we're going to watch this at the very end. I want you to take a note of the outro.
Her way back before she got out of the Nashville city limits, there was 2.
Oh, no, it did not.
Hold on. It did. Stupid thing. Oh. Let me see if I can show it to you this way again. Let me make it big. I'm going to have to do it the ghetto way. Okay, so like this is part of the outro. This is Benny specific. And I don't know if you can see that. Let me see if I can play it now. Wait, hold on.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same bat time, same bat station.
That's it, man. That's
Okay.
it.
No, it didn't. You hear his audio, though? How good Don sounds? Sounds like a broadcaster now. Why is it not playing, you guys? It's ticking me off. All I want to do is show you like a 5-second clip. But anyway, you saw the chair thing, right? Oh, where is it?
The chair?
Anyway, in one of watch his videos, his outros for his Q&As, and they're not on, I just looked. They are not on his channel. So they are only on the Summer Wells official. It looks like he put them on his channel, but I don't see him there now. But you can watch them on their thing under blog and look at the outro of Benny's videos. It's like that same reindeer thingy, but it's like a panther or something, and it has red eyes. Have you ever seen the Lucifer thing Blucifer at Denver Airport? You know, the horse has the red eyes. That's what it reminded me of, but it's like a cougar and it's running and its eyes get like fiery as it's running.
This whole thing is it's very, it feels really diabolical, to be honest.
It doesn't feel like I want to find, this cute little 5-year-old. It just doesn't feel cozy or hopeful, or it just doesn't feel right to me. And I have to wonder, I know like with that PI that's being paid, like I asked when I first saw that, my first question was, who's paying them?
You see, I don't buy, honestly, because I've seen PIs go on other creators' channels with doing big cases, including like I've seen there's a PI that is has presented with Daniel Robinson's father multiple times, speaking on behalf of what the case is going on, and without breaking any sort of confidentiality, is very upfront saying, "My name is this. I'm a PI. I'm paid by Danny Robinson's father. We're looking at this. We're looking at that. I don't think there has to be secrecy. Just because you have a code of ethics that makes that requires confidentiality, that doesn't mean that you have to hide behind a website or whatever.
Right. And I mean, the same goes for Tim Mullen. I mean, if you're their media manager and you're talking about the entertainment industry, why can't you answer my questions without me having to post on a Facebook page and wait? Like, what's going on here,
Mm-hmm.
Lots to digest tonight.
Huge. I'm going to have to go back through. I mean, there's so much. I'm going to have to go back and I don't know how many hours of reading I'm going to have. This will have to probably be tomorrow because this 1 hour has morphed now into like 5 hours.
I know, right? It was bound to happen.
Yes. But there is so much, as Scott has said, it's rich, and the chat is very rich. And I've got to take more notes because, I mean, what do you want to do with this? I mean, when you've been holding all of this sort of puzzle in your mind, Jay, for many months and trying to, where do you want to go with this concern, this?
I don't know. I mean, for so long, I felt like I was just being, overthinking it because, that's how we want answers so bad. Look at the Brian Laundrie case. People were seeing hands coming out of a garden, for God's sakes, because they were so desperate.
There's part of me that wonders, did he take off to Cuba,
Right. I mean, so I kind of second guessed myself. But the more that I've learned in this past week and a half about, I think ever since Chris released the unedited Hunter video, it really opened my eyes to a lot more. But as far as this aspect of it,
may I ask, in what way? What pieces?
I came up with a whole new theories that I was pretty much stuck on my one theory throughout the whole case, and that was that she fell going downstairs.
I remember,
and that Candace came in and called her, and she wasn't there, and then went down there and found her. But after listening to his uncut video, which changed the context of basically that entire interview for me. Okay. I watched that uncut versus the edited version, and it had totally different meanings to me.
I think especially now that we know so much more.
Well, it really exposed the inconsistencies. I mean, the stark contrast of Hunter versus Candace's stories. I mean, they contradicted each other. Mm-hmm. There were so many things that just made me go, whoa, let's take a look at this. There's a lot of things in there that I'd like to ask you offline because I don't want to talk about H and anything, to do with Summer on a live, but there's a couple things I'd like to run by you.
Yeah, we should make maybe through email, make a plan to do a private,
like a Zoom or something,
or
FaceTime or something like that. Yeah. Because I'd like to make a list and go over some things that I've talked about with my team, but I'd like to get someone else's perspective who hasn't dug through this case with us, that's coming at it from a different, mindset, a different, you might have discovered this case in a whole different way and you came into it watching Scott H first, whereas I didn't find Scott H until just in the past month and a half.
Scott H and I were on Tiffany Marie's 6-hour live.
Remember, Scott? I didn't even watch her. I have to say I have never once watched any of her videos.
Well,
Summerwell's or not. I was fully up Don and Candace's circus while you guys were over talking about Beach Creek and the holler and everything that I didn't know.
Oh, I don't know if Scott's still awake or not, but I don't even remember. I think that was back in early July, Scott, that you and I met on that. Tiffany Marie had a live, and you came on and gave us this wonderful, I don't even want to say thumbnail because it was like a 3-hour sketch of the whole local vibe and culture, and that was the time where I said I really feel that there's a familial trafficking piece, and it's bigger than just the Wells. I think that even if she wasn't trafficked on that day, I firmly believe this is a web that we're looking at. Do you remember that, Scott?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you something, Dr. Latina.
Okay.
From then to now, as we've watched this play out, has a good majority of what I laid out back then came to fruition to where we are now?
Oh, yes. I mean, you definitely laid out that, there is a, sort of I won't say a subculture, right? But there is a number one, there is a deep subculture that can't easily be understood nor penetrated by outsiders, right? And this is what I recall you saying. And I think that the other piece that you alluded to was that there are layers of corruption, not even within just folks like that live there, but within the authorities.
Yep.
And it's maddening. It really is maddening. Because while I hope that everybody's goal is find Summer and not find drama, we have to find Summer. But I firmly believe that she's almost like a linchpin, or the story of her is a linchpin to a far more nefarious underground thing going on. And I think that what Jay has shown us tonight, or me anyway, is that there is a strong, and I don't even think it's just Tim, there's a strong concerted effort by people in power, maybe within that church, I don't know, that are making it their business to deflect and protect and make money.
And you've got to look at who is allowing that to happen.
Okay. And I have thoughts. Do you have thoughts?
Oh, yeah. I've laid plenty of them out on my channel over there.
Well, Scott, I can't watch everything, so I'm going to need you to give me the Reader's Digest on this.
Give her the 411.
I'll send everybody over to yours to watch the full thing, but give us some little tidbits here. Give us something to go on, man.
County commissioners, DAs, prosecutors, attorneys general, pediatricians,
Yikes.
County clerks. How deep in the corruption do you want to go? Sheriff's Department, constables.
No, it's deep, man.
Chop shops.
Some things, chop shops. I've sent you some articles on just the medical community and how the hell.
Dr. Latina was very helpful when I was doing the pediatrician. She sent me the records of how long it took him to get his actual license pulled, because that was the information I didn't even know to, number one, to look for. Number two, had I known to look for it, I wouldn't have known where.
And this is a pediatrician locally there who has SA pedophilia issues.
Many
with patients, etc. And it's incredible to me that the certifying medical board didn't yank his license like the day after he got the accusations, which is what we do. That's the best practices. That's what's done. And that they lowered his, in the legal writings, didn't say that it was controlled substances that he had been peddling and selling and whatnot. They changed to something. What did they change it to? Something like Tylenol. I'm making this up.
It was a ADHD drug.
No, that's what he was peddling. But what they changed it to was like
wasn't it a thyroid or something?
I was just going to say it was a thyroid medicine. Yes, how I don't understand how the board would do that. If you've been
They
peddling
were,
controlled substances, you need to put that in the record. I mean, Jay, it's incredible.
this guy was having sleepover. He's a single man.
Jay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was just checking
He
my
was
text.
Yeah, sorry.
Somebody
was
said they
the,
sent me a video, but I don't see it. Can you let me know like what the first? Tell me the last 4 digits of your phone number, 'cause I got so many. Sorry. Oh, I got it. I found it. Go ahead, Scott.
sleepovers with teen boys. The physical therapist guy for the high school football or basketball team showed up drunk to ball games.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You remember who you got introduced to the other day? Carly Trent,
Yeah.
the little girl that was kidnapped from the elementary school by her uncle,
Mm-hmm.
that was found on Donnie Lawson's property. How convenient.
Yeah, he found her too, didn't he?
That pediatrician was Carly Trent.
Physician.
All this stuff just swept under the rug.
Mm.
Swept under the rug.
No, it's
There's more and more and more. And that's
Scott, does it scare you at all to talk about this like openly like that? I mean, I'm just wondering because this sounds deep. I'm just wondering what your feelings are on that, like just being that you live there.
It's deep.
Somebody just said we should put our tinfoil hats on. I mean, this is stuff that is.
Go over to look at the newspaper articles, the news clips, and then take that up with them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take it up with me.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Take it up with King Sport Times News, the Rogersville Review, WJHL, WCYB. Take it up with them.
But it's not tinfoil.
They're all documented news articles. They're all criminal arrest records.
Right.
They're all, like Dr. Latina sent me, they're all from the medical board where they jerked his license. It's all documented. It's all documented.
It's all documented. It's in an open, it's in an open forum for freedom of information. It's hard to get a hold of if you're not a physician, but it's not like I went into something illegal. I'm able to find it because that's my life, and and then of course I shared it with Scott. It's perfectly legal, but this is not tinfoil hat, drama. This is real stuff.
Yeah, I mean, how often do we hear about stuff like this? It may not be real to us because it hasn't personally touched us.
Now listen, you take a small town and you have a sheriff who Ronnie Lawson himself admittedly has been in the police force for 44 years in Hawkins County, Tennessee. Do you know who the sheriff was before Ronnie Lawson?
Ronnie Lawson's
father.
I was going to say Ronnie Lawson's dad.
Now in a small town, when you are head of law enforcement for decades, just think of how many friends that you've got, good or bad. Think of how many things that you can make happen or make not happen.
It's but I also can tell you from having lived in many different states in this nation, the corruption runs deep in many, many places. And it's very, very disheartening. It's very disheartening.
Italia, yes, he donated $10,000 to the reward fund for Carly Trent. That pediatrician is the very one.
Mm-hmm.
I've never read this article in the Rogersville Review. There's a few things in here I've never heard quoted from Candace. Remember when she's asked about the haircuts in the WJHL video, and she starts to say something, and then I can't remember what she says, and Don cuts her off and finishes, and he goes, she wanted to be like her mom.
No, she said, what she said is, she said, I cut my hair because she had cut her hair or something like that.
Yeah,
And
like
then
she
he
cut it
said
on accident.
No. Yeah, and then he said no. It was the exact opposite. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, sitting right next to each other. Okay, so this is interesting here. It says, the idea to color her hair, meaning Summer, didn't come from dolls. And then here's Candace's quote. I dyed my hair and she wanted to have her hair dyed. I mean, what girl doesn't want to be like her mama? I don't know. I'm just finding all these, I don't know. I'm just weirded out at this point.
Well, what I thought was so weird is the first time I think I was driving and I heard this on the radio about this little girl. I heard an interview, or maybe I was on YouTube driving, and it was really within a day or two of Summer having gone missing, and the news was interviewing Don, and not the interview, and he said, "My daughter's 4 years old." How could you not know your? And then that person said, how long have you been living in the state of Tennessee? And Don was like, I don't really know. And then the person was like, well, was it before Summer was born or after she was born? And he stopped and he said, I don't know. What the frick? You don't know if your daughter was born in Tennessee or not? What are you talking about? That right there, I was like, something ain't right here. It's weird.
Wait a minute. Who is Jeff Bobo, Scott? I know he's a writer.
Oh yeah, he's a
he's a reporter for the Rogersville Review. He's probably, if they would get their foot off of his neck so that he could report, he would be the closest thing that we've got to an investigative reporter up here in this area.
He did good with all of his videos in the beginning, like he did the drive. A lot of people didn't see that.
I think they shut him down, don't you?
No, well, I don't think he was ever I don't know. He was never put out there, and I don't know why.
Yeah,
but I never saw this. Did you know that they previewed the website on Dr. Phil? I never saw that.
Yeah.
So this says Dr. Phil, Don, Candace Wells. Preview of show, Summer Wells, findsummerwells.com.
No, I think the newspapers are complicit, Jay. I really do. The local newspapers. What do you think, Scott?
Well, it all goes back to a lot of people, they give the reporters here at WJHL, which is our local news. If you're in this area, that is the news source that you rely on for your local news. That's all we got.
Yeah.
So a lot of people give the reporters a hard time, but what they must understand is those reporters are being told what they can and what they cannot report.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody above them is making the decision. So you have to ask why.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely, they've given poor Ansley Daniels, bless her heart, her mother just.
Her mother just died.
Yeah. Because of the softball treatment that she gives Dawn on the interviews, and we're all sitting here laughing because we're watching YouTube videos of him shooting up dope on the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Getting drunk and getting DUIs on live streams and stuff. But she goes out and reports this good wholesome man that goes to work and all this kind of stuff. Well, she's being told what to report, and if she wants to keep her job,
right,
she has to abide by what they tell her to do.
Scott, what's the other newspaper? The Rogersville Review and the Time. What is it?
Kingsport Times News.
Kingsport Times News. There was something. There was an editor letter. Did you see that? It wasn't very nice, and Tim shared it on the Find Summer Wells website, and I don't know. I made comments about it in my live streams, and it's now been removed, but he did share it.
What was it?
Meaning they like condoned it. I'll show you. I'm trying to find it.
While you're looking, Caitlin, yes, Don did say she was 4 years old, and he did initially, and he did say publicly that he did not know if he had moved to Tennessee prior to the birth of Summer or if Summer was indeed born in Tennessee. And he also, in that same interview, said, they asked, well, how are you keeping calm with your time and while they're looking for your daughter? And he said, well, I'm really in tight with the police locally, so I just go down there and I hang out and we chat, and I've just been hanging out and chatting with them. I thought the whole thing was bizarre.
Yeah, okay, so here's what I found. Okay. So this is an editorial. So what does that exactly mean? It means, what does that mean in a newspaper when it's an editorial versus just an article?
You know?
No, I'm asking.
Okay. Well, an editorial is generally either the editor of the paper or somebody who's been invited as a guest of the editor to write an opinion piece.
Okay.
And
so that would be Rick Wagner, who's listed here. Is he the editor of that paper, Scott?
Who was it? The name?
Rick Wagner.
I've heard the name. I don't know his actual position. I don't get the newspaper.
I can look it up. But yeah, they usually will write, like, you can pretty much predict what they're going to write based on how newspapers lean. So generally, like where I'm from in the New York tri-state area, the New York Times leans left, so you're going to know that their editorial is going to be left-leaning in terms of...
Oh, interesting. I'm glad to have Scott on here. Then I'm going to read this, and I'm going to ask him if the majority lean the way that this article is written. Okay? So here we go. As the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and other law enforcement agencies conducted a new search of the area around the home of 5-year-old Summer Wells, speculation once again runs wild, to say the least. Such a tragic circumstance brings out the best in the best of us. There are plenty of comments on the usual social media venues praying that Summer is found and thanking the TBI for keeping the investigation going as it said it would. Likewise, the renewed public discussion brings out the worst in us. An example, quote, what idiots wait 5.5 months to do another search for a missing person? Obviously, she is not in the area. Otherwise, K9 wouldn't have lost her scent at the end of the dog trail that led to the road. Clearly, whoever took her, put her in a vehicle at the end of the road and left the area. It doesn't take a trained investigator to figure that one out. What's clearly obvious is that this commenter doesn't have a clue about where the investigation stands, much less what investigators know that we don't. Nor does it take a genius to understand that the leaves are down and drones can see terrain previously hidden. That's the reason for the renewed search, the TBI said, and unless you can demonstrate otherwise, you should take them at their word, as did another poster. Quote, I personally don't think the law enforcement teams would organize this level of search at this time if they didn't feel they can possibly find something related to this case, and that evidence, if found, will help solidify the case being built over the past 5 months. Investigators have said repeatedly that the case of Summer Wells has been hampered by the massive outpouring of non-information and speculation, that it has made it more difficult to separate out potentially useful information. Before the digital era, these conversations were held privately. Unfortunately, that's no longer the case, and the clueless sleuths spew their conspiracy theories around like fertilizer on a field.
This is so poorly written and so condescending. Go ahead.
Clueless sleuths. I just love it. Pre-social media, these private chats typically followed the same format. Someone would speculate on some aspect of what happened, others would agree or not, and the conversation would run its course until a new approach was opened. There was no name calling, insulting, or foul language, and law enforcement was treated with respect because everyone knew they knew the most about whatever case was being discussed.
Sure.
Most folks continue to engage each other with a measure of respect when face to face, but with the internet, they can hide and regurgitate at will. It is now common practice to speak before you think, and it's doubtful society will ever come back from that. And then he just goes on to say, the reward. And then at the very bottom, he says, you may also help by refraining from engaging in useless, clueless, and potentially damaging discussion of this case online.
Well, my rebuttal to that, and I know you want to find out from Scott, would be, first of all, that was incredibly condescending. It's written by somebody that sounds like they're like a teenager, lashing out at their mommy or daddy because mommy and daddy may know a little bit more than they do. And it sounds as if the person that wrote that editorial, is in the back pocket of the local authorities, and they are trying to drive their narrative and control, which can't be controlled any longer, the internet's narrative. And what I would want to say to that person, then I'll hush, is, this very same internet that you claim is clueless, spewing rubbish or whatever, is the very same internet that has allowed you all, in wherever you are in this country and the dark web, to perpetuate, accelerate, propel, fuel, whatever verb you want to use, the exploitation of sex trafficking and victimology and victimizing. So don't, you can blame us all you want, but our nation is also in deep trouble because the very same internet has allowed for this stuff to explode.
Yeah.
Whereas it used to be somebody would get Playboy in a little brown covered magazine, in a little brown covered thing, whatever, and with the address on, the guy would look at it, maybe throw it over to his son. I don't know if the son was a teenager, I'm just saying. And that would be the end of that. But now these very same men can go on the internet, whether they're at the top of the food chain politically, religiously, King of England, the Queen of whatever, or if they're just folks like us, anybody can go on the internet and they can feed their addiction with all kinds of nefarious, sicko things. You can see I'm pissed. Okay, sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. You're fine. Scott?
Well, that article right there is a prime example of the thought police. Prime example. He is using the internet to drive exactly his narrative of how you should think versus an independent person on how they want to think and share it with others. So he's saying you need to think this way. You don't need to listen to this. You don't need to say that. You don't need to believe this. You only need to believe what I tell you on my internet site. Don't go anywhere else. What about the misinformation that they're spreading?
Yeah. How about just the findsummerwells.com website alone?
How many on social media, how many interviews have you seen from all these characters involved that paint a clearer picture than what WJHL or the Kingsport Times News have shown you? Which is closer to the truth? Chris McDonough's videos or WJHL?
Right.
Shares
Yeah.
or Kingsport Times News?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen it in another case that I was working on, and I think
they're afraid of that because they know they can't combat it,
right.
and they're backed into a corner the whole time. They're always they're on the defensive all the time because they're always trying to walk back something that once they report it is disproved by social media.
Somebody here says that in this case, in a lot of cases, that YouTubers create their own reality and their own narrative. And my rebuttal, I don't even know who said that, but my rebuttal would be, yes, a lot of creators are not, NOT, not critical thinkers. They're not intellectually curious. They are not interested in evidence-based information, and from evidence-based information using critical thinking skills to surmise possibilities. And instead of broad brushing all of YouTubers or internet sleuths, as this editor or editorial has done, I believe that there are grays and there are gray in betweens. It's not all good or all bad, but I think there are a lot of people, and I could name probably 10 that I tune into of creators, one of whom is Scott and another of whom is Jay, who are critical thinkers and are not just going down a rabbit hole. And if they do go down a rabbit hole, they acknowledge it and say, this is something that I'm thinking about and I need some feedback from other folks. So I guess that's my response to the person in the chat that just said that YouTubers create their own sort of willy-nilly narrative. I think it depends on whom you watch.
It does. It definitely does. I agree. I mean, there's creators that go into Facebook groups and grab, theories and make videos on them. And there's YouTubers that research and look at, everything. I mean, I'm trying to catch up on everything. And that's why I feel like I've been in this. It's weird how there's different, I don't even know what to call it. It's almost like different little cells of this case.
Yes. They're compartmentalized. It's like
yes, it's weird.
Islands of
and each YouTuber is kind of in their own little island. They covered one part, like Ziggy. I didn't watch her until just in the past month or two. I heard of her. I heard her name, but I wasn't on the billboard thing, and I wasn't following because there was only so much you could comprehend in this case. You could only take in so much. Mm-hmm. And at that point, I was taking in Don and Candace, and I was studying everything that Donald said, right? I mean, that's just where I was. It's just weird how everybody was kind of on their own thing, and now we're all coming together and putting everything that we learned together, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, and I think it's, gosh, and that's partly why I myself, try to have an open mind, and I'll filter or distill out what I think certain creators who may have their own little conspiracy or a tinfoil hat on, so to speak, but there are grains of truth, and I like to grab a hold of that and add that to my armamentarium of information. Now, somebody just wrote to you, Jay, and said that he literally lost his breath because of Chris Bingham at 1 a.m. said, I literally lost my breath. Hold on, damn it. What was his name again? Chris something? 1 o'clock. Say, and that you needed to look at something. It shook him to the core. And then about 5 minutes later, somebody said, should I call EMS because you can't breathe? I mean, but this person wanted to direct you.
Where did I?
Here it is, Chris Bingham. Damn it. Why does this thing have to move?
Enchanted Life Path. I can't go playing other people's stuff.
I don't know, but it said, I understand it, Jay, but it literally shook me. Oh, is that what he was talking about?
I think they're talking about feet fables. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to have to look into that when we get. Yeah, because I can't just pull up Enchanted's videos.
No, because you would get whatever it's called.
Good night, Digger.
Struck. Thank you, Digger, for all your work behind the scenes. I've heard you talk and heard all of your work verbalized, both from Jay and from you.
She's been sick. She's going to bed. She's I can't stay up anymore.
I assume you have to go to bed too, to be honest.
I know, me too. Scott, are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm still with
Okay,
you.
good. I'm waiting for Scott to snore. I'm like, keeping you awake over there, buddy. We're not going to have another snooze fest here.
Right.
It's getting late on the East Coast.
Thank you, Sugar Aunt. I didn't know that. They said somebody just told me how I can stop the chat and read. Good night, Digger.
I just want everybody to take away from this, and then I'm going to let you conclude. But I just wanted to show this part of it. I want everybody to just be aware, I guess. Just be aware of what you're watching. Be aware of what you're reading. Be aware of, when things are changing and going a different way. There's a reason for it. I mean, this shouldn't be a complicated, convoluted thing. This should be very simple.
Yes, I want to just address what Sweet Saliva just said about your censorship, supposedly, or alleged, and that they think you're very hypocritical because you are, this is telling you, because you're only allowing us on the panel to invoke the names of different creators, and that it's prohibido or prohibited, taboo in the chat. And I believe there's a difference, because when folks disrespect other creators in the chat and they're bringing them up for a negative reason, yes, that is to be censored. If you notice that whenever I've brought something up and I've been asked to invoke the name of another creator, it is not to disrespect them. It is to give them kudos for something that I learned. And before I even invoke their name, I'm talking to this person in the chat right now, I ask, the hostess in her own home, which in this case is Miss J, may I have permission? So it's not hypocritical. I think it's a question of etiquette. What do you think, guys?
Well, I agree. I don't know what's getting deleted. I mean, I'm hoping it's just not general comments about, nice comments. I don't know what's being deleted, so I really can't say.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that I've ever seen, I say delete, is if, there's people that come in and say, hey, so-and-so's live right now. And it's why do you do that? That's just rude. So, of course, that, but,
Shell says negative comments towards Scott. I do bring controversy, and I apologize for that.
You don't have to apologize for nothing. No, I always delete, my mods always delete anything that's negative about people on panel. But I'm just saying, in general, in chat, I just don't think that if someone put out a video that we can see that's, that might help us understand something, I want that to be there. I want to direct to other creators that have found things that I haven't. The only thing I don't like is when people come in and say, oh, hey, Benny's live right now with Don on panel. That's just stupid,
And Sweet Saliva has, I found your name, Miss Sweet Saliva, all right, that she's clarified, not that the hypocrisy, I think, is that she feels like folks were trying to invoke the name of creators that offered a pearl of wisdom, and that may have been blocked. So I can't speak to it. I'm just a guest here.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll figure it out. I can't see what's being deleted on my end right now, so. But anyway, do you want to conclude? I mean, I think.
Yeah, but I would like to know how you want to move forward and how Scott would like to move forward. And
I would like to have an offline.
Yeah.
Where we can talk about more of the stuff a little more openly and then present it, so it's not new to us presenting it. So
I agree.
I think that should be our next step. We're going to have like a little powwow behind the scenes. I think the three of us worked well together on this one, you know?
It was lovely. And I really appreciate, I don't know who was censored or not, but I really love all the comments in the chat, not in terms of love, the positives, but all the questions.
What's Lamplight Theater?
Oh boy, I have a whole thought about that, but okay.
Read Mystical Heart Tarot readings.
Yeah.
You're going to have to look into that.
Yeah, but Lamplight is a whole other one that I've had on my mind for a while.
Is that the prayer vigil, people?
Yes, but there's
Oh,
more.
okay.
And nobody's wanted to hear.
Well, I want to hear it, so we will talk about that when we do our little powwow here, and then we will totally bring you guys and present again. Are you down, Scott H?
Oh, I definitely am.
All right, me too. Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Draw.
Thank you for
always a pleasure.
I'm just wondering something. Did your title for tonight's show fit?
What was his title?
I think it did.
What was it?
It was mind bending. It was the mind bending panel, and it sure ended up being that way, didn't it? Yeah, that wasn't planned. I just knew with this case it would be a little bit mind bending, but yeah, it kind of went in the really crazy direction, especially since you had never seen any of that.
I think it was really, really germane, really important dialogue and sharing. And I thank you so much. Now, do I hang up now, or what?
I will exit you. How about that?
That's lovely. And then I suppose we'll reconvene.
Yes, we will. We'll reconvene. Thank you, Scott H. Always a pleasure, Mr.
Yes,
Pillow Talk Podcast.
Right.
God, it's great talking with and sharing a panel with you.
It really was
so long.
Absolutely, Dr. Latina. You have a wonderful night.
Okay, you have a blessed night, both of you.
Always good information from you, Scott. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jay. Thank you.
All right. Can you say that again?
You're welcome, Jay. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thanks, you guys. It was great.
Good night. Buenas noches.
Good night. Sleep well.
Adios.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn, I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You're mad at me for not giving you comfort. You say that I'm away so much and now you don't feel the way you felt when we were younger. But that's okay for